side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Welcome to the playground.
Destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood.
silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through when darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Sound on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies.
got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right.
perfect teammates. They take it all. Here comes the Crow Storm. It's not back. It's Tacoma. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Welcome everyone to a new edition of League Guesser, this time on the new Ionian/Spirit Blossom map. It is so pretty, and we're going to see if our teams know where everything is. We have mixed teams. How happy are you with your partner?
I'm happy, very
Oscar?
happy. I think top laners are looking good, the team top.
It's true.
Yeah. If
And
it's
you
in
too?
jungle,
We're very
We
confident.
are gonna cook them so hard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least he plays bot lane, and as jungler is everywhere.
So
I
they
think
go
it's
around the map. That's not fair. We're both sitting top.
Yeah, let's take a look at the very first location on our map. Oh.
What? Is that a dinosaur?
I mean, could you maybe recognize it on the thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you already...
That's ready to go.
Oh, you one-shotted it. Okay.
No, he's wrong. Don't worry about it.
5.
Focus thinking.
Think? Do you want to do it or not? Do you want to do it or not?
I think it's good. I think
3.
it's good. I would guess.
I could be wrong.
Done. Okay. You have to put it in the same place.
Oh.
Oh, they look
what?
more correct.
Why are you getting the
Because you see the horse here.
Here it is, right?
Look. The horse is
45
there.
centimeters away.
Yeah, I think it's kind of close. not
What the
gonna lie.
hell is this?
Yeah, okay, you guys won. That is 1 point.
Buddy.
For a second, hysteric.
This is impossible against bot
It's
lane.
free win, they're so
I'm
boosted.
not laning them.
Well, I hope there's one from the top lane, but I don't know. Let's take a look at our next one.
Sure.
I don't want to influence the game, but it looked really close to the other one, though. Or am I? I'm gonna stop talking.
Right, this line.
No, I'm not helping. I'm not helping.
There's a bit of green. Okay. You should put it, I think. Yeah. Okay. There
Pick
are.
one. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
You do it.
1. Ah!
Okay, bro. I
Oh,
trust you.
it's on completely the other. Wait, you put 2 on this one.
We did it good.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, that was
There's
impossible.
like
Yeah, you can
there's like
remove it.
50 of them on the
So
map.
they are exactly on it, and you are most
Yeah,
definitely.
we're
Exactly.
close.
You are not exactly on
really
it.
close.
Oh my.
We're
These are all bot lane. Razork visits bot lane. Jack Spectra plays bot lane.
Yeah.
They're all bot lane.
Let's go for the next
The
one.
bot lane is
To be fair, bro,
the
I
bot
was
lane
gonna
is
do that.
unplayable, by the way.
Ooh.
But I've never seen this in my map, by the way. I swear this is not on my League of
How
Legends
many
map.
games have you played on the map?
Bro, it's mega free win.
We already put
12?
10 seconds, 10
It's
seconds.
mega free win. It's mega free win.
Wow.
Look at the pattern.
You guys are smurfing.
I have the
I
visual
think.
right
10 seconds.
Yeah.
They
Do
did
that.
it.
Oh yeah, that's
Nice.
very good. That was nice. That was
Well, it's 1 point for each.
Yeah.
1 point for each. Does that work?
I
It's like
think
3-1
it
now.
works. I think it
Look,
works.
I'm happy to take
Next
it.
one.
We both got it right. We're both.
Ooh. I've seen that mask before.
You know what? Smack it. Lock it in. We're locked in.
100%.
I think we'll, yeah.
Are they done?
Yes,
They're
you were.
all bot lane so far.
There's nothing in the top
There's
side.
nothing top
There's
lane.
only 4-2.
No, weirdly, it's 3-3, and the last one is all or nothing.
Yeah, it's 3-3.
That's really
It's
weird.
3-3. Like,
Alright.
what did you
I don't know
think?
what happened.
3-3, boys.
Uno más.
Una más.
Ooh.
Let's flip it.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, it's
Let's do
been
it fast.
flipped on this side, meaning the timer is on. 10,
I think
Nine.
from perspective, it has to be there, you know.
Yeah.
7,
You can also see
6,
You orange it, bro.
Five.
Orange it.
4, 3,
it's here 100%.
3.
I've lost this
Three.
one many times.
Yeah. Bro, I don't know.
Okay, they put it on the barrel, and you guys.
Is
Let's
it
see
the,
the
I can see the
review.
pair. I can see the. Oh, you're close though. There's no way they
We
got
put
it.
it right there. Right there we put it.
That's crazy.
And this is top lane. This is your arena.
Yeah, but no one got.
What happened?
We don't check. We ward there, and that's it. We don't look at.
You could
it's
see
the
it
lane.
because of the pixel boost. It was like very, like you could see the, you could see the boost.
pixel?
Yeah.
I was not saying the
you-
pixel.
are you getting
I
the
think it's
roar?
pretty close.
I don't think it's that close. And also, I bent the rules for you, and he's still.
And we
think-
still lost.
You want to shake hands because I think they did a very
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are
valiant
kind of
effort.
cracked.
I think
And a
the
great
referee
victory.
was in your side, but it's
Did you
fine.
actually get it?
It's
got
fine.
Yeah,
completely
I got it all.
Did you look at the
Did you
pixel
check?
pair or something as
No,
well?
you could
Did
see
this?
you could see the pixel and the trees.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very good
I
job.
was not-
Congratulations,
I was
Jack
not saying
Spencer
anything
and
down
Resort.
here.
Win this edition.
Right down here.
Win this edition of League
This
Guesser.
was
That was so
unplayable.
free, actually.
Oh my god.
That was fun, and now it's even more fun because we have the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in with myself, Odo, and the coaching staff for Fnatic, who recently qualified to the playoffs. Duffman and Grabs, welcome.
Hello, hello.
Hey, this is different. We thought since you qualified already, and it's always cool to talk to the brains behind the operation, we could get into some things. Is that him?
Yeah, so Duff, yeah.
Duffman effect. And on the topic of the Duffman effect, one thing I was always very curious is how much is coaching a team that has a lot of different backgrounds, experiences to how they got to this point. How much is it actually reinventing the wheel and revolutionizing the gameplay instead of just, refocusing the guys on things that are actually very simple that they might be overlooking? Because I feel like when you get to these high-end teams, it's mostly just making them focus on something very simple and getting all of them to just be on the same page.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the main thing is always just trying to simplify things. I think especially when players play for so long, they tend to very overcomplicate things, think things are a lot harder than they need to be, and kind of miss a lot of the basics. So yeah, I think for me at least, I try and really dumb it down to the base level whenever I'm talking about anything.
Could you give any insights into specific things, how to train those things? And I know that teams are generally quite cagey about talking about that, but I feel like it would be very interesting for us to know. When you talk about simple things, are you talking about probably objective setup, but is it as minimal as, or as small as last hitting, or what should we imagine with that?
I mean, for an example, I like to just put words on everything when it comes to different waves, talking about what they actually mean. So for example, if you're basing on mid lane, the next wave coming out of base is a dead wave. You're not going to be playing for it. So already your support and jungle should be looking for something else to do. And it's trying to find situations like that in game where you can just apply a quick word that people can say and give the direction so that people know, okay, I shouldn't be here. And then they can start thinking about where they need to be.
So would you say it's more about building new habits more so than teaching new information in that sense?
Yeah, it's essentially just teaching,
rewiring their brain.
Yeah,
in
I
that
guess
estimate.
trying to take away all of the randomness that they might have when they're focusing on last hitting, their items, timers and stuff, and just giving them a really easy thing that's constant on the map to just trigger the information to go to somewhere else.
Does the same thing go for coaching, Grabs? That you're sometimes you're oh, you're trying to kind of figure out so many things, especially now in Fearless, but in coaching that you sometimes say, oh, I actually forgot a couple of steps that I used to do all the time, and now I don't do them anymore?
Yeah, pretty much. It can become very fast and very easy to think you're too good and you want to do the small things which are not important. Very often discussions are about, yes, but I could do this. And it's yes, but it's not needed for winning, right? The winning step is this one. Yeah, I agree, but no, there is no but. And especially with these players that are so celebrated, it's very hard to rewire their brain because they have habits they built up for 6 years, let's say. Right, and then telling them what you're doing here can work, it's not ideal. That's the hardest step, basically, because you're attacking basically the ego. And it's an ongoing process still. Talk about consistency in this team, right?
Yeah.
But it's fun.
Yeah, but I feel I don't know, but it seems like from the outside looking in, I said that in the interview with Mickey as well, that I think sometimes Fnatic gets a bad rep because of historical results more than what happened most recent. Because yes, Winter was a failure in that you didn't win, but you went out valiantly against a team that won the whole thing, right? So are you able to contextualize that? And is U2 coming in kind of a new wind in that regard that can help them get over that? I'm talking then about Humanoid and Razor, who've been there so long and have been in some of these moments.
I think we're both kind of good at looking at the game objectively and judging how good we are around what we think the game, how it should be played, and not in the context of who we play against or how scrims are going. Because as a player, very often, I think Odo knows it, you look at your scrim results, oh, we won 80%, we played good, right? And very often we have in debriefs where we're both disappointed and the players are, but we won most of our games. And we're both, well, it doesn't matter because we're playing against these teams who have these certain patterns. So I think that's the most challenging part, to just keep at it, making sure they understand that this is, at the end, we want to be as good as we can be, and it doesn't really matter who we play against. And I think very often, even in this split, we get away with things just because the opponents we play against, and that's not how we want to win.
What I was also curious is how hard is it to refocus players on tangible goals, in the sense where Fnatic as an organization has been, I wouldn't really say struggling, but you guys have been successful in the sense that you've always been top 2, top 3, top 4 for a long period of time, but you haven't really pushed it over the edge to win. How hard is it for the players who have been in this position, or how do you find ways to motivate them to find tangible ways in game to keep their motivation up? Because you scrim every day, you put a lot of practice into it, but at the end of the day, the result is just not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, a big part of that motivation that I can give is, like, I've been on the other side. Like, I was the guy on the other team looking at the mistakes they're making and taking advantage of them. So I'd hope that, like, when I say this is going to stop us from winning, like, that carries some weight, because I literally abused that the previous year kind of thing. So that's kind of like my approach to that.
You're saying it way nicer than you do to them.
Love it. I think we've run out of time, but congratulations on making it to the playoffs. We are very, hearing all this, you think, how can this fail, right? So we're really excited to see you take another stab.
Thank you for the pressure.
You know me, always pressuring
Don't lose
Fnatic.
today.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm going to see.
That's true. I mean, I would have forgot, but you were also still playing today against Team Heretics, in fact, and I think GB has something to say about that.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Rox. I want to talk about Team Heretics because what a journey they've been on so far. But to really describe it, let's go all the way back to the roster announcement. Because when that happened, I mean, Fraka213 said, defy expectations. What expectations left in my... Oh, okay. Anyways, that will mean we take it to the window split. And in those standings, I will say that those expectations were actually defied. Because they made playoffs the first time. And I think they were a roster that most of us, me included, never thought that was a thing that was going to happen. Right? So they made playoffs in their first split. But going to spring, where you had now to be a 6th place team to make playoffs.
No, GB, no, you're not doing them any justice. People sitting at home listening to this, no. After 3 long years of Heretics in the LEC, we finally have their best version ever. Just stay there.
Okay.
You've got the best performing jungler in the West who kept them together through splits, or split and a half of development. Who else can pull off a 300-kilo mountain climb up the LEC?
What are you saying?
Just chill. Obviously, Sheo deserves the world here, but that's not all. I'm not hot on just Sheo. I'm hot on that Flacky D over there. What? A complete remix of his 2022 performance. What are you doing? Also, watch Stand at the moment. How much he's improved. He's finally getting into his true LEC form. He's taking initiative to a new level.
I mean, that's true.
He's on the road to becoming the next G2 support. We know they're gonna pick him up.
Okay, hold up. That was perfectly fine.
Even ex-G2 support were said so. I mean, dude, we're did. Like, have we also not talked about the best-looking smile in all of esports right now? I forgot Camilo, along with a positive attitude, only matched by that development.
Yeah. Okay, but you have a cast as well you gotta get through, right?
Bro,
so you actually need to move.
Matter. No. Why are you still here?
I'm sorry.
We have not talked about Carlson. Magnus is by far one of the smartest new developments in our league. Poor laning, people have been calling it what? I call it good teamfight preparation. A man with a will and a desire to push each and every limit.
You're leaving now.
LEC.
You are leaving now, Jake.
Look at his hair.
Yes,
it's so
his hair's
perfect.
great.
How does he do
Get out of there. Jake, move. You got a game to cast. And actually, you're casting with Jack Spectra. And Jack, I'm sorry. You're going to have to go through with that. I'm not sure how you're going to make it work. But good luck.
Well, as Jake said, we have a very exciting BO3 up ahead, and with Team Heretics and Fnatic facing off, I'm Jack Spectre and going to be joined by Hysterics in a bit as he runs back ferociously. And Team Heretics sitting at 4-3 with a win, locking them into playoffs, and Fnatic at 6-2. And they also have quite a few stakes going into this game, as they really want to go 2-0, because if they do, all they need is KC to lose one of their next series, and Fnatic is locked into first place. So a lot at stake for both of these teams here, as the players get ready. And Hysterix is ran up here very fast.
Oh man, there's a lot of stairs between that room and wherever this is. Welcome. Now, Fnatic. Who really cares, honestly? I mean, it's all about Team Heretics today, isn't it, Jack?
I mean, as I said earlier, for me, it's also a very exciting series for Fnatic, because if they win, especially if they win 2-0, actually the amount of games that they take to win this series is very important. I don't want to bore you guys too much with the details, but essentially, in the tiebreaker rules, it's at first the games won percentage, and then it's the head-to-head. So as long as their games won percentage is the same as KC, which it is if they win 2-0 and KC lose the series, it's a little bit complicated. Essentially, they need to win 2-0. Fnatic can get first place if they win 2-0.
Okay, it's big. I mean, again, Heretics, as I know you were saying before, sorry, it's kind of in one ear, out through the other as we get to pick a band. Heretics with a win today, it's big playoffs.
Yeah.
And they would be the third team to secure in the league, which is also a very big statement for how far they've come.
Yeah, for sure.
Only this year.
It feels really revitalizing watching them play, and just the energy that they're bringing into the league. I really want to see some continued just early game pressure from Sheo, some scaling on Flacket, scaling on Camilo, and that way they have a really good core to build around, and then Sheo and Sen, the playmakers, can do a lot. But they're up against Fnatic, with Mickey and Razork at the helm, who have also been playing, I think, really, really well, especially Upset. I think he's looking like maybe the best ADC in the league right now. Tough competition, him and Kalist.
Bro, I can get behind that. I think you're right on it, right? Like Upset. I was talking to Molecule about this earlier today, where the stats don't really support that bot lane at the moment, but in terms of feel and gut tests of what we've seen in the last couple of series, I think, they're insane, like on an individual level and as a duo. Now let's see what they get given, because Varus is definitely off the table.
Yeah.
Big supports you want to take off here, or do we just go, you know, that for that Sedge, for that Maokai B1? Team Heretics are flexing with that.
Could be a Vi. The only thing that the Poppy isn't banned out. The Pantheon is, however. So maybe that's something that they want to look for.
There's Maokai.
I could see definitely Razork going for the Vi here, but also Yon Sejuani is open. I'm not sure what Team Heretics has into it here. It could be the Smolder. That is something that Camilo did play last split. And I've been playing a lot of Smolder myself.
Yeah, I've seen that. Absolutely filthy, by the way.
It looks like it's going to be the Azir instead. And maybe taking away the Sejuani here could be an option. But it's instead going to be the MF, actually.
Ooh, so you get Sejuani Yone, which I feel like is a god tier duo. I mean, Vi as well. You already talked about it before. Bit of dive built up for Fnatic to kick things off.
Yeah, and this is interesting because it's a very tough lane for Kai'Sa early on. And now with the removal of the lane swaps, she cannot swap to get out of that lane that we saw before when they picked Kai'Sa into it. So I'm curious to see how this bot lane goes. I'd really want Team Heretics to look for a counter pick on support on 5 to actually punish this kind of greedy Kai'Sa pick for Upset.
I guess it's more comfort the reason he opted into that, right?
Yeah.
We're not giving any value to the Tryndamere. We can all just hold back a bit as Obby gets locked in the end as well. Again, high value setup. You were talking about it just before.
It's a great Poppy pick. Right into all 3 champions. Can even deny a little bit of that Kai'Sa engage.
Yeah.
Now you really want to continue drafting disengaged champions for this Team Heretics comp, because as the MF and the Azir, despite having quite decent mobility, you're still very vulnerable to the dive of Fnatic. So they're going to take away the Nico, actually. That's been a good blind pick with this Kai'Sa lane to kind of... The idea behind the Nico support pick with this Kai'Sa is that it just salvages her laning phase, lets her get through it, while also providing some of that engage later on.
Plus as well, when you already have AD solo laner, AD jungle...
You need some AP, definitely.
Kai'Sa, who these days, we're getting a lot of Yuntal builds. I'm curious, I'll talk to you about the build going into game. I know you don't like one of them.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the crit build. Ranted about it a lot these few days, but Upset actually went AP Kai'Sa, despite having AP mid and AP top on Saturday.
Maybe just thinks it's better.
Yeah, I think he thinks it's better, and I'd also be really surprised when you already have the Vi and the Yone, if he decides to go for the AD build.
That's a good point.
But I do think I still want to see maybe some more mixed damage for the side of Fnatic. Maybe a Bruiser on top, or like Gwen taken out there. I was thinking about that. So then something like the Jax strikes me as being quite nice. It is into the Poppy, but at the end of the day, when you already have 3 dashing champions into Poppy, I think the strategy you can go ahead with is just strats even more dashes, you know? Because at that point, it doesn't matter. Someone's going to get cancelled, they have to tank it.
Very true. Arel, another engage tool, another dive tool for Fnatic, at least taken away for the time being, despite Poppy being in the way. I want to also mention, while you were mentioning AP top laners, something like the Gragas is kind of sitting there as well, depending on what Heretics go for here. Because there is an option, right? Like, that support, that Poppy could still be top lane, although you're kind of thinking it's bot right now, right? Along with the Misfortune.
Jungle.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking it could be top. Oh, but it looks like
I guess it's not jungle, but it's top or support. So we still have a flex for Team Heretics to play with in this half 5.
Carlson, I remember last year he was decent on the Poppy. It wasn't like his most comfort, but he was all right on it. Maybe he's been practicing it.
Okay.
But it can be hard in bot lane, especially when it's up against something like the Nautilus, where it's not really a direct counter. You'd really want to play into something like the Rakan or the Rel instead. But we'll see. I think as a blind pick top, it can be fine.
Yep.
You talked about the Gragas. I'm not a huge fan of the Gragas because it's more of a kind of disengage and disruptability champion rather than follow-up. I think something like a Gnar would work great here, something like a Jax, something that just wants to dive in, but it looks like you might be right after all.
No, but I get your point. I mean, again, it's not like... You know, a lot of times when we see Gragas, it's like, also for the isolated matchup, I feel like we get Jax lanes, we get Gnar lanes, where you talk about that disengage, it's just clear push, move. And, you know, this game for Oscarinin, let's see how his task finds itself. Now, on the other side, I want an answer here. Are we going to get the Poppy after all into the Gragas, or is it going to be a top lane Ambessa for Carlson?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I have no idea how this matchup goes. I would presume it's hopefully good since he locked it in. But I think it's going to be more of a scaling answer for sure. But it's an interesting pick. I think Carlson has improved a lot on the champion. Started off a little bit shaky on it. It felt like K'Sante was his bread and butter alongside the Camille. But he's been picking up a lot more champions and improving rapidly, which has been nice to see. And I do think that now you have 3 carries for the side of Team Heretics, which makes it a little bit harder for Fnatic to choose who to go on. Because if you go on the Azir, MF and Ambessa can clean. And if you go on the MF, the 2 others can do the same. So I do like that they decided to opt for a secondary carry rather than being too tanky and having just 2 carries.
Okay, well, for Team Heretics, I mean, let's kind of round out as well that having melee top laner gives Carlson maybe a bit of attention from Sheo, who has been getting a lot of highlights from not only analysts, casters, I think a lot of fans as well. Now, I said in a little monologue, Sheo has been carrying this team up that LEC mountain for the past split and a half.
Yeah.
I really meant it. He's insane.
Sheo's been fantastic, and I do think for the early game, I think jungle is a pivotal factor here. We always talk about it with the Vi.
Oh, fix it. Thank you. Yeah, well done.
We always talk about it with the Vi. Early game, you want a Punisher, pre-level 6. So I want to see, can Sheo get that early aggression going? Can he snowball this Team Heretics early game and take over the game that way?
Well, questions will be answered. A fight for playoffs. Heretics. A win here would move them to 5, and that is the magic number in the LEC right now. But Fnatic, as Jack already said, there's some structure around it, needing to slot into first. But Fnatic with a win, essentially, in clean fashion, will give them the best chance of being the best team in the split. Here in their last best of 3. Fnatic are done after this. They'll have played all 9 best of 3s. They'll be done.
Yeah. Which feels weird.
It does feel weird, like a week early.
Yeah. But it does mean that, like, all they need then is just to rely on today's performance to secure them the rest of the split, which kind of feels really good going into playoffs, knowing that you ended with a great weekend and you take a little break, rest up, and prepare for that. I think a win for either team here is just huge, both for the standings and for the momentum going into playoffs.
And the reason Fnatic are in this spot, by the way, a quick side note, these are the wins that I pulled out, Jack, that matter, right? Yeah. These are the wins that I looked at and was like, actually, G2 over in Madrid, the KC win as well was really big, and Vitality was starting to spring up and be this team of high contest. Fnatic beating them all has put them now as the potential best team of the split. This is like their last hurdle to get over.
Yeah. So I want to see if Sheo is able to try to get something early going. He's going to be pathing down towards bots.
Yep.
The only worry I have is with this Poppy pick, it's hard to be on the aggressive side. You more want to like just use the W to peel back, and when you get pushed, you can knock people up against walls, but as you can see, it's easy for the Nautilus to hook in, get a good trade going, and for the Poppy to not really be able to retaliate. So that's why this Poppy, it's really good for the team comp, but it kind of neutralizes this lane pressure that you'd want to see for the MF.
Plus, I also assume with Nautilus being the best pairing for Kai'Sa too, it kind of adds a bit more fuel to like the levels 1 and 2 as soon as Naut lands a CC, right?
Yeah, I think the level 1 and 2 for this Nautilus Kai'Sa lane is quite nice, and it's also the level 6.
Yep.
So normally an engage support, a lot of their engage is like a dash in, but for Nautilus it's just point and click. Poppy can't do anything to it, and then Kai'Sa can actually follow that up.
Well, Mickey already landed a couple of hooks, but they got pushed in for 2, so Flacket and Sten obviously reaching that first. Respect was given over. Fnatic there now as well. Sten just hiding out in the brushes, and Mickey thinking about which way he can land too. Also want to note that, you know, the good old days of Poppy support, I miss having Halo Blades.
Yeah.
I feel like Mickey was a big proponent in the LEC of
I don't miss
pulling
it.
that out.
That
You
stuff
don't?
was so broken, man. Oh my god, I was getting one shot firm.
You get E'd into the wall, you can't move, you press Q, and Poppy hits you 3 times, once with a buckler, like, disgusting.
A great trade here from Fnatic. I mean,
talking about.
the biggest thing that was OP about that Poppy support was because you had Halo Blades, you didn't even need to stun someone into the wall. You just eat them and auto-attack them down and still won the trade.
And the flat damage of Q as well, I remember. He does have Ignite in this lane. It is nice to see him in both supports, really. But Cleanse versus Barrier, that's the only thing I'll mention before we move away from bot. Naturally, you have Jack Spectre on a cast, and bot lane we're going to talk about 90% of the time.
I mean, if there are other fascinating things happening in the other lanes.
Other 80 carries, yeah. If there's other 80 carries in other lanes.
Azir is practically an 80 carry.
Yeah, Azir is an 80 carry, you're right. You thought about playing Azir bot? Is that
It's actually too hard. That champion is so hard.
Yeah.
It's insane. I've tried to play him. Oh, a great hook here from Mickey.
It's like he's just waiting for us to get through it. There's going to be a jungle bout though. Sheo versus Razor, but Razor completely fine with this. Double bust versus Singular, I believe, but Stend is in trouble. So is Mickey. He runs into the thick of things, and Flacker just dies. Flash away, Drexline close to reconnecting. Meanwhile, Sheo is still getting bullied. Razor gets his flash. He's thinking about a chase as well, but just zoned off. Team Heretics lose a lot.
And it's fantastic for Fnatic, but you have to wonder, for Team Heretics, this bot lane was supposed to be winning. This jungle matchup is supposed to be winning earlier, but it's a disaster. Bot lane gets 2v2 killed. They can't move first to assist the Sejuani. Sejuani loses flash, and this Kai'Sa starts the game off 1-0 with a big CS lead.
I want to get a replay, I'm sure we will in a second, of how Mickey actually navigated that 2v2, because we're looking at jungles fighting it out, but Mickey, flash, and he's shoved back.
Yeah.
That's a mistake, right?
Yeah, not the best, that one. But the problem is that you shouldn't be in this situation as the MF Poppy. You really want to be the one winning trades so that they don't have this all-in opportunity. But through the great hooks of Mickey back to back to back, it's actually them with the HP lead that sets up for this all-in.
And I'd be confident if I was Fnatic seeing upset with an early game lead as well. I mean, his team fighting has been exceptional. His Kai'Sa, his most played. There's a reason he looks at this outside when Varus is banned away, right? Dredge line. Camilo steps forward. That was an inch from his face.
Yeah. And Mickey Nautilus. He's the best Nautilus in our league. I know he gets memed on a lot.
He does get memed on.
But his Nautilus is insanely good.
Yeah.
Sometimes he ints it a little bit, but that's a support lifestyle.
That is.
You're not going to get a support that is the GOAT without inting a little bit.
That's true.
Unless he's carrier, maybe.
Or like, you know, On in his days got called off for a reason. He was not the best support. He wasn't even close in the LPL, but... yeah, you're right. You got to go through phases, don't you? I think right now Niski's going through that phase in front of our eyes. Like,
and he's becoming the best support in the EU.
Well, maybe like a year later, it'll be like, remember when Niski went like 0-6 in the first 13 minutes? And now he's at Worlds winning the title for EU.
That's a timeline I want to be in.
That'd be crazy. Yeah. Only Niski could do it, couldn't he? Well, with the Glaze aside, Mickey's Nautilus has already set us up for I guess what I call fun in the bot lane, because Sheo's now revisiting. Razork doing the same. No level 6s here, but Razork's at least in first.
Yeah, no sums here for either bot lane. Oh, Sten.
Dredge line again, but the Steadfast Presence doesn't do anything. Sten gets the shove against the wall, but Razork with the flash onto this Poppy. It's going to be a trade. Upset stands his ground, though, gets the kill, cleanses out. Sheo now in a lot of trouble, and there should be enough damage with lethal tempo. Upset makes it 3. Fnatic off to a roaring start in the perfect place. Just what you want as a fan.
And Upset is getting absolutely everything here. 3-0 start, as you said, Hysterics. He's off to the best start you can imagine as the Kai'Sa, and it's these all-ins that you really don't want in this MF Kai'Sa matchup. You want to poke the Kai'Sa down and eventually whittle her to a point where she can't play. But instead, they're going for full all-ins. Mid trades on mid here, don't think it's going to amount to much. But this Kai'Sa is so far accelerated now that it's so easy to play this Fnatic team comp. You can just Vi ult in, Yone ult in, send it with the Kai'Sa, and any fight should be winning.
Let's follow up Humanoid, caught out, Sten, easy kill for Camilo.
And Humanoid knew he was
That
there.
was egregious.
Yeah.
He has flash available, but I guess he thought he was just going to ulti out or maybe flash afterwards, but I don't know how to explain that one. That was...
Oh, that's a bit of a silly misstep from Humanoid.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the biggest of deaths as he can TP back, and there's still no grubs spawned yet, so they can still contest it.
Mickey's just come up top with upset though, so we've got swaps. Have you noticed, you know, yesterday we saw a lot of the swaps come through at 5.5 as might pause because Razork, level 6, Sten just walked out into lane, quick Q to get the movement speed, stopped up, steadfast presence is good, Sten gets out with a shove. Razork doesn't have any follow-up, upset can't get in range and Flacket hits him back.
That's huge for Team Heretics. It's too deep from Razork, and now he's chunked to half with no ultimate for the grub spawn. I think this would be a great opportunity for Poppy to base, open back for the grubs, and for Team Heretics to actually have a normal, good team fight.
Because I was going to ask you, before we got interrupted, feels like grubs are very important. Humanoid, he should be fine here. I know we just saw something that was to Camilu's liking, but even as Humanoid clears out the wave, Shao is just going for an invade. It was like grubs, only 3 grubs, the only grubs in the game, just becomes that much more important naturally. The swap up for bot lane is coming here, Jack. You know, Upset's holding the wave, looking for a slow push here with Mickey zoning. And for Fnatic, I mean, they've also got Razork there. It's bullet time, just going to reset the wave and stop all that hard work from Upset.
I'm not a big fan of this from Team Heretics because the problem is that Sheo's still bot side. He does look for a gank on mid here and blows his flash to get Humanoid's ult, but the problem is that Flacket feels really scared, so he's forced to ulti that wave, but now it's a grub contest with no ultimate.
True.
So Team Heretics just have to drop it. But I really wanted them to be the one going on the aggressive, trying to abuse Razork's egregious
Lack of ulti, yeah, that's right. Razork, you see that timer, I mean, that's still a fair ways to go, so Team Heretics would have had a chance, but 2 grubs, it's going to be a 3rd. Smite held for this. 3 for Fnatic. Very nice here as Shao's just trying to make a cross-map play. He used explosive cast. Carlson in the middle of the wave, but he gets his perfect execution aligned. Oscar now looking for his grand escape as Shao should just have to cue this forward. Oscar flashes away, but Upset's nearby. Oscar lives for the grub trade.
A beautiful cover there by Upset. I do wonder if Upset wasn't there, if Shao could just queue forward and look to lock him down. Oscar a little bit too far forward, but ends up only having to burn the flash while getting a lot of Shao's time, so he's not able to take the Krugs. And I think a big reason that you talked about with the grubs is that before the timers lined up so that it was really easy to cross-map the Drake for the grubs, so you always had an easy play to go for.
True.
But you can see now that nobody took the Drake early game, and even now, when Fnatic was taking the grubs, Shao wasn't able to take the Drake, he decided to go for the red buff instead. And that kind of desync of the timers makes you more forced to contest the grubs.
It feels like there's more consistent objective plays, right? If we're giving this up, like, again, as you said, you can't trade it cross-map because at 8 minutes of the game, if you do, like, you know, first, we're starting to get components of first item, we're starting to get a lot more damage. Obviously, ultimates are up at that point as well. I know you and your analyst friends and all your pro players could go through and tell us more, but I guess I got to get ready for Dragon, don't I? Because Fnatic's setting up on this nicely. It's all about stealing this. Razork, no, he tried to steal it over the wall, but it's Shao who gets it in the end, while Carlson just gets bodied a bit. Mickey's here. Explosive cast. Carlson. Oh, yeah. That was nice.
Who's he? Who's he?
That's Magnus Carlson.
The next?
The next Zeus. Don't worry. Hey. We all know. Don't pretend like I have to repeat it. We know. We know. I say Magnus and you think that guy's smart.
Yeah. Beautiful movement there from Carlson to get out that situation. And the game is kind of stalled here as neither team really wants to go for Drake. With Heretics having control but not quite having the fighting power to really contest it. But they do have 1 item power spikes on both solo laners here. So I would like to see them go for maybe more aggressive plays to try to leverage those spikes. As neither Humanoid nor Oscar is very strong at all.
No. But I think Oscar's just been getting better with the trades, but that might change now. Carlson with Eclipse for a lot of Ambassadors feels like, you know, the best 30 point. You have a bit of ability haste. You also have shield back, which is broken with a W.
Yeah.
We talk about a different solo lane though. Camilo is caught out, ulted down, but where's the damage? Camilo ulties Humanoid back. He's dead again.
Oh my God.
Depth charge once more, but Camilo escapes, and Fnatic that dive.
It's a heroic save from Sten. He flash E's Mickey and W so that Mickey can't actually follow up on the engage from Razork, and Camilo as well maneuvers the situation beautifully, but Black here should be fine. Shao is surrounding him. Mickey's just going for a bit of a crazy hook, but...
Full time, he's okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Sten was coming in just in case. Isn't that much? Wait, it might continue. Shao from out of pocket wall. Flash Q! Mickey now has nothing, and over the wall, Shayo starts it, but Mickey just needs another hit. Sten gets out, luckily. We're devolving to the point of chaos. No one dies.
Yeah, we're getting a bit goofy now, going for a little bit of silly plays, but it is going to be not really much of anything, just some summer spells burned from both sides. But now this lead continuing to balloon for Camilo.
Yeah, both out of Humanoid.
And if you told me that Camilo was going to be gapping Humanoid, I would call you crazy.
Oh, hang on. Is Sten gapping Humanoid, though?
I mean, Sten is for sure helping.
That's
actually,
twice.
Humanoid might be gapping himself.
Yeah. I mean, Humanoid gapping himself. Camilo just accepting the group hug that is Sten right now, because twice Sten has just been there. You know, I think it's both time on the Azir wall.
You love the word talking about hugs, I feel like. I heard you talking about hugging the tower like a mother.
I have been playing with, you know, Medic, who plays a group hug deck in Magic, so I'm like, you know, I've got that terminology down packed.
Yeah.
I do like group hug. Hugs are friendly for everyone. Play
I
stop,
like
by the way.
hugs as well. Hugs are good.
Oh, that's good. I'll give you one after the show. You got to really earn it, though.
Fair enough.
The more 80 carry stuff you tell me, the more I'll take into my own games. The more hugs you'll get. Dragon for plates is the trade top, by the way.
Yeah. Nice little cross map for the side of Team Red. He's only given 2 plates. And Upset also getting a plate here in mid. Still continuing to snowball that gold lead now with the Kraken Slayer completed.
Yeah.
And then once he gets that Q evolve with the pickaxe, he's going to be really, really strong. For now, I think he's only a little bit stronger than Flakkit, but once he gets that Q evolve is when he's really online, I'd say.
True. Infinite wave clear hack. 1,300 gold between 80 carries, 1,100 between mid laners. It is going to be the battle of on hit. It's just a different 80 carry. Flakkit will probably have to set up with the ulters. You know, it has been a tempered early game, but I'm sure that's bound to change as Stend is hovering once again. Look, he lives with Camilo.
Yeah, I think the key for both teams here is really the side lane. It's just going to be both ADCs wave clearing in mid. Now we have a 2v2 up top side here.
Humanoid ultied again. Camilo gets some autos down. He escapes. Mickey also joins up. Stend, I believe, was revealed as Camilo just waits for the wave.
Yeah, he's very chunky here, but I don't think they can really do much due to the fact that Razork is bot side covering for Oscar, clearing out his Krugs. It's just going to be maybe some tower damage for Humanoid if he wants to try to E forward. Get some chunk damage on the stand. Oh, okay. Upset might be caught here.
Yeah, he might indeed. It's a permafrost set up perfectly by the Glacial Prison. Upset ultis, but Flakkit has ulti flash, doesn't want to commit it. Upset's out.
Ice in his veins. Upset has there, not using the flash nor the cleanse.
Yeah.
Just walks it out with the ultimate. Very happy with that one.
Can you get anything off the back of it? I mean, Herald is Herald's up in what, 1? Well, extra 1? Because 16 minutes now.
It's 15 now?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it changed to 16 before, now it's 15.
Yeah.
Because from 15 to 25 now, outside of the Atacant, it feels a little bit empty, you know?
Yeah.
Like Herald goes down and then you're like, okay.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird, for sure.
Maybe we've just all adjusted, that's
I think
why.
when Drakes are taking this late and you're not really on soul point or anything. Oh, but they are going to look to contest the Herald here, but I do think Team Heretics are at a disadvantage without the Sejuani ult.
Well, Humanoid has his, so the setup could be there. Dredgeline started off, depth charge. Camilo is out though, so no bounce house for Team Heretics. Sten misses! He whiffs the ulti, goes nowhere. Humanoid now has it perfectly aligned. Fnatic's team fight is just sublime. Flakkit with no escape and a barrier. Wouldn't use that if I were you. You're dead to the water. Upset kill number 5 and 1 misstep. Fnatic have your number.
Fnatic might have just run away with the game with that one, getting 3 kills and the Herald. And you have to feel for Team Heretics when you don't have that initial engage and you're not able to peel properly. Don't have the tools against this team comp. You need to be more decisive and if you're gonna turn, but this is not a spot where Poppy can really go in. You have no Sejuani ult. The tools that you need are not there, and the Poppy ulti missing as well. Just allows Humanoid to go for a beautiful flash in, sets it up with the ultimate as well. Razork follows it up, and you see the chase down potential of this team comp. All of their champions have so much mobility, so many tools to keep going forward, that mistakes like this from Team Heretics are just not acceptable.
I feel like Razork in this early game as well, some of those mistakes have been so well partnered by his 5. 1-0 and 4, and granted, like, Humanoid's been caught out a bit, but everything else on the map has been going fine. Now, ulti used by Camilo, he's starting to get scared of Humanoid as he's full build. Blade of the Rune King in hand. Humanoid level 11 as well, and for a guy that was caught out quite a lot, and that was almost 1,200 gold down, now catching back up, and as a Yone who gets the team fight with so much dive, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, and you see some of the struggle in Camillo's inventory with that Seeker's arm guard. He really feels the need to get more defensive options to try to survive some of this dive. And it's tough for me to see how Team Heretics can really claw their way back in. I think they need to go for some sort of side lane play as they're looking for now onto Oscar, but Gragas is great at trying to clear out these waves and surviving under tower, but with the Poppy, I do believe they should be able to maybe just one-shot him.
Barrel Roll going to slow things down. Ulti used. The wave cleared out. But look, Carlson popped back. Ulti to bring him back on in. And Oscar in and tried to run away. But Carlson's on point. Shut down for the Team Heretics top lane.
And it's a nice attempt from Oscar with some fancy feet. But he does not dodge out on the public execution. And ends up going down. But Fnatic able to pick up the tier 1 on top. Herald for the tier 2. And they're ballooning a massive gold lead here. As it's probably going to be nearly 3k after they get this tier 2. And Humanoid, who was down 1.2k gold, is now
over even.
Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it? And one thing I want to say, Jack, is that, you know, the Herald value you get from using on tier 2 now is TP is going to hold me before I get to talk him up. Carlson, he might just get solid out. What do you do? That's a 2-item Kai'Sa, kill number 6. It is Upset's world this game, and I'm just ready to live in it.
And Upset's making great use of this mid priority. As he got fed in the early game, he's just moving all around the map, making his presence known. And this is what I love to see from Upset. It's such a beautiful glow from him, where before I felt like there were opportunities where he could do so much more.
Yeah.
And he's always grasping at them now, even when it's a little bit too much.
True.
Which is exactly what I love to see in a great ADC.
Taking risks rather than playing it safe.
Yeah.
I tried to say it properly yesterday, but I'll say it again. Like, you know, a ship is safe in the harbor, but that's not what a ship's for, you know?
That's a good one.
It's not mine. I think it's from the 1300s. I'll be honest. If I came up with that, I'd be brilliant.
Looks like it's going to be the free Drake here for Fnatic, but as you spoke about, like one of the things, for me, my favorite is in the world, Viper, right?
Yep.
And if you watch a Viper game, he's going to sometimes do some silly plays. He's going to do some silly mistakes because he's playing on that limit. He's playing on the edge. And that's what makes players so fantastic. Even Chovy, his development has been that he's playing further towards that edge and willing to limit test a little bit more rather than just playing pixel perfect every team fight.
I think a lot of people forget about those narratives even existing in our league too, right? I came into today with a monologue, not because of Team Heretics being so great, but because each player is stepping up too. This game, you know, that one fight has run away from them. But for Team Heretics, I think Flacket has developed that as well. He's become a bit more of a risk taker. Team Heretics is a team now. Onto Mickey, might be taking that risk right now against the wall. Sten won't find anything. It's a Glacier Prison sent out, but Mickey's flash now down. Dragon's not up for a while. They're not going to gain anything, but it is a summoner advantage nevertheless.
Yeah, the problem is that normally I would feel comfortable saying Team Heretics can scale up.
Yep.
Once they get this Azir, 3, 4, 5 items, he can become a monster. But the problem is they're up against Fnatic, who historically have been kind of known to throw. But this split has really developed into a team that when they have a lead, they close it out.
True.
And they do it cleanly. And that has been so much just Upset and Humanoid, in my opinion, stepping up in team fights. But Razork here is a little bit deep, but they
can't do anything. So it'd be funny if they start throwing it away now.
That would be funny.
That would be perfect.
That would be perfect.
Crazier things that happen. Huracan's on bot side, so Fnatic getting priority here means deeper vision means that they have the opportunity to start it off.
If there was an objective to throw at,
it is Huracan.
It is Huracan.
And, you know, now as well, as I'm just going to pause, now as well, I feel like, you know, taking Huracan, it's like not the biggest, is it risk versus reward? Like, it's nice.
Yeah.
We still haven't fully gauged how much Spirit Petals are worth, and, you know, like, a lot of teams in the past when Huracan first came out, for example, threw the game around this objective non-stop.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know how to fight around it. Now I've seen other teams just trade it for a tier 2, you know, trade it for vision deep in jungle, clear out jungle, trade it for like 500 gold, and call it a day.
Yeah, I'm not sure either how strong it actually is, especially the effect when you kill someone, the AoE slow around them.
It does feel nice.
Purification. It's nice, but it's not as impactful as I thought. It's kind of like, it's rare that you kill someone and someone else is right next to them and then you can utilize that. It's nowhere near as powerful as like a Hextech Soul, which was kind of how I was mini envisioning it at first.
Yeah, I get that. Dredge line. Sheo in trouble. Sten doesn't block for him. Instead, the Sejuani set into the air, flashes away, Arctic Assault, and Fnatic at priority here. Sheo's so low. I don't even think this is a flip. This could be an Huracan start.
It's just so hard for Team Heretics. No space is their own as they try to claw back here to try to enter this Huracan, but Sheo's so low. No flash on him as well. TP in from Oscar.
No, as Oscar comes in, he's got everything up and available, but Team Heretics turn on him. It's a great turn. Oscar sent up, can't escape, but Atakan's dead. Razzle re-engages and Flacken. The turning angle is upset, dealing with Carlson. Watch the Kaiser. Carlson on top of him, trying the bullet time, doing the same, but Carlson looks for escape, then turns off upset. The ulti of Camilo doesn't reach the Kaiser. Drags line into the wall. Team Heretics with numbers to take them all.
They're doing
Humanoid in trouble as well. Stend, it was his engage with Flacken at full HP again. I kept watching upset, thinking of the play, but Team Heretics juggled that like they were in the circus.
And I don't know how they did it, but Team Heretics somehow managed to find the path to win this fight, going 3 for 1 after Fnatic get the Arakan, and now it's only a 2k gold lead as we watch this fight back. It starts off with a really bad TP from Oscar. He gets CC chained by Sheo, but he luckily survives for long enough that now Razork able to flash onto Flakkid, but a good flash from Flakkid, and the Humanoid ulti just barely missing onto Camilo means he's still up. And Carlson buying so much time in this backline. When Camilo then dashes in, gets the ultimate, and Sheo as well, they're just maneuvering this team fight so beautifully, buying time, buying space, able to run around and just walk them around in a circus.
It's one of those fights where I have to apologize. I feel like Fnatic watching upset, I'm like, oh man, I've seen so many Kaisers like this, like take over.
He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything because Heretics, that's again why we're so hyped on this team. Like, there are moments like this consistently in the series. It's a vitality series. It was even in some of their losses earlier in the split. They have a lot of this star power that's starting to come from rookies, coming from Sheo, of course, always. Even I talked about Flakkid when we're highlighting 80 carries and what he brings to the table. Even Send in that fight, I think, played a lot better than he has for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
The Team Heretics, they've equalized the gold a little bit. Still 2,000 gold down, but now that Dragon's up in 20, Jack, I wanted to ask you about item setup here with the 2-item Azir, 2-item Ambessa. What you kind of think of the setup surrounding this?
I mean, Fnatic are the ones without any flashes, while Camilo has his, which I think can mean he can play much more aggressive than before, while also having that zone is completed. But it's a beautiful split push here by Humanoid, and Razork is covering for him. I'm a bit worried here that Camilo might get caught by Razork plus Humanoid, and then they can drop this Drake and just play for Inib. I'm not sure if Camilo can actually defend.
You're right, steps back. Expects it, Razork wanting to go forward, Camilo still standing, inhibitor down. Good side push from Fnatic as Humanoid almost catches him. Heretics getting the Dragon, that's nice, but can they get the fight up? The execution from Carlson almost connecting. That public execution now down, Team Heretics looking to back, but inhibitor drops. I think Fnatic are cheering at this trade.
Yeah, it's great macro by Fnatic. The thing is, it's sole point for Fnatic, so Team Heretics feels pressured. But at the end of the day, they get a singular Dragon.
Yeah.
This Ocean Dragon means barely anything for Team Heretics. While they lost top inhib, and now Humanoid can open towards bot side, and I think someone at all times now needs to be pushing out this top lane, which means that the split push threat from Fnatic just grew so much.
It's so nice again when you get all 3 grubs. You're playing a champion like Yone too, where you've got attack speed steroids in your kit. You've also got the magic damage passive of every second auto as well. Like, such a good split pusher, and as you said, someone's got to pay him attention because he clears waves like that as well. Has mobility, has all-in, has TP as a flank option.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure if Camilo can actually match him. So then you kind of need to send Sheo down, but Fnatic has very fast Nash damage as well with this 3-item Kai'Sa, so they can always look to pressure that.
That's the other problem, isn't it? The Kai'Sa's still fed. Yeah. Even after a brilliant fight from Heretics, they need to do it again on a ward. Stend, you're right, caught out over the top, over the edge, never again. Stend is dead. Fnatic have a pick, they have a numbers advantage for 35 seconds.
Big mistake from Stend here, and that might just be Nash for Fnatic, as Oscar looks to push out this top wave. And Humanoid might look to 1v1 Carlson.
Who wins this? You think Humanoid? I know Ambassador though, but Blade of the Ruined King, all in, set up, fate is sealed, and I'm sad I questioned Humanoid is winning that completely. Carlson trying to play around, shield bash comes out, public execution, I might have been wrong, the shield's out, pacing through, Carlson gets flipped up, almost does it, but Humanoid stands strong, he stands forever.
We missed Team Heretics getting nearly aced in the top side as Fnatic now are onto the Nash. And they get everything. They win the bot side fight, they win the top side fight, and you have to feel that might just be the game.
At least it's an entertaining way to end. I mean, Humanoid, God, from starting in misery, but as I've learned, misery loves company. And Stend, you know, this game, tried to put him in the basket. Humanoid refused to go in. Look at the objectives taken. Look at the gold spring into life. Red Bull Baron power play is only going to make that a bigger reality as Inner in mid. Inner and bot's about to drop down as well. We look at this replay, and this is what happened around Baron.
Yeah, the problem now is the Poppy is down, so you don't have any of that peeling tools here. Sheo goes down, it's a good ultimate from Flackit, but not enough to take down Razork. Beautiful flash in from Oscar.
Oh my
Miller
god.
tries to ulti, but it's too little too late.
I'm just watching upset spacing. He's like right at the cusp of the wall, his ear wall. Even if it means anything, you're just watching nice mechanics play out like this.
Yeah.
This was fun to watch.
Very close 1v1 here. This is the interesting part of Mbessa, you know, it looks so one-sided for the Yone, but Mbessa dashing around, getting so much. And if Carlson is able to dodge one more of those Yone Qs, he probably wins that.
True.
And then maybe can base TP, try to help his team. But now, Fnatic, they want to get triple in here. That's baseline.
And they got 9k gold lead. I think they can quite easily. Not just the baseline, I think the finish line in sight as well.
Yeah.
Our best team of the LEC, I'm starting to think so. I thought so the week before. I'm thinking so once again at the end of this one. This Team Heretics looking to defend. It's Camilo, who's got 3 items now with the Rabadons, who tries to extend his range and get the wave before it gets them. Turret's going down though, half HP through mid, and next wave coming in with Fnatic's bot lane.
Yeah, and Humanoid now pressuring out this top side as well. He can hover to mid and bot, or even look to 1v1 Carlson to pressure even further.
Humanoid is at the Nexus turrets though, and Carlson's at half HP, so that'll open up Fnatic a bit of pressure. Stretching thin as Team Heretics, and I don't blame them. Nowhere to go, not even to go home.
Yeah, that's mid inhib down, and you have to feel now with Fnatic rotating to bot, they'll be able to get this bot inhib as well. Triple inhib. Usually it's just a death sentence. Oscar here, hovering off to the side, has flash.
Look at the Humanoid, he's just stepping up to the Nexus turret. That's going to die to Baron minions. Oscar now on a flank. Team Heretics committing to one angle, but they find nothing. Set up by the Grog Assault as well, and the depth charge did the rest. Camilo's ulti buffered by Razork channeling in his Fist of Fury. Dredge line back in. There are some casualties for Fnatic, but Upset will surely seal the rest. Camilo tried his heart out, but Heretics weren't enough. It's Fnatic 6-2. It's Fnatic who once again are leading the LEC.
And Fnatic want to try to get that first place, baby, with Upset at the helm, playing beautifully, snowballing off of that early game, moved all around the map, great team fighting, great mechanics. Wow, what a game.
Really nice. Like Fnatic in that game one, Mickey just nodded to the camera, he knows. It started in the bot lane, went a little bit topsy-turvy in solo lanes, but then that one fight around Herald.
Yeah.
And the show's over.
Yeah, they really sealed the deal, and it was a good attempt by Team Heretics to try to claw it back.
Yep.
They made some good plays, but at the end of the day, Fnatic's a great team and a great team at snowballing their leads.
Yes, they are, and one step away from getting closer to locking in first. We are, however, standing by off the side of the stage with the best Nautilus in the LEC. Mickey?
Maybe. This is Mickey, might be the best Nautilus in the LEC. Let's talk about your Rumble 09, or maybe like your account right now. I saw that you may have gotten reported, potentially.
Oh yeah, I had to remake a game because the client crashed, so hopefully Riot can fix their client so it doesn't happen again. And yeah.
You don't think that has anything to do with... Actually, you know what? Scrap that question.
Leaving or AFK, so...
So you didn't actually leave the game?
No. I reconnected at 1:30 and then my team remade. What can I do?
How much LP did you lose for that?
Like 30.
Ooh. Yikes. Okay, well, this was a win. You still have to win at least one more game against Heretics. How has this game felt for you? Because you're doing really great. Like, the team's really back on track. Ever since Madrid, you guys have been locked in. So do you think 2-0?
Yeah, probably. I think if everything goes kind of like this game, which it should, I think they kind of played their comfort champions already. So should be pretty chill, yeah.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for your time. We're going to be back after the break with the second game of the series, so don't go anywhere.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Guys struggling now.
Okay.
I'm not even there yet.
Okay. Kill the poppy. Front to back, front to back. Front to back, front to back.
It's yeah, I go look.
Yeah, yeah. It's good, it's good. I can ulti them F too.
Yeah. Nice one.
I have Q, okay?
Yeah, I don't. I got top, I got top.
Yeah, go for waves and tower.
They got completely
This puppy, I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, no flash. I will kill her, I will kill her. She's dead.
I'm going on the
Let me help me.
Q in one, Q in one. Blockered. You have ulti? No, yes, sir.
Go Nash, go Nash. Yeah.
Ah, the cheek on those voice comms. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, they were winning Omega hard.
I mean, it's a good confidence boost, and if you're not confident about yourself, you can always trash talk your opponent a bit to get the team
I
going.
mean, that's the fake confidence that you need.
Yes.
I use that many times.
Yes.
I mean, one of our perfect home mechanisms in GX when we were losing a lot was to just trash talk the enemy, even if you're losing. So this way, at least confidence is high for the next game.
Sounds like solo queue.
I see. Just like solo queue, indeed. Someone else's confidence that I think is probably sky high right now is Upset. And since this game was so convincing, I thought we could maybe dive a bit deeper into how Upset is doing, and specifically also the stability he helps to bring to this team together with Mickey. But I think it's so commendable for Upset if we look at kind of his team history and a lot he's been through, because you can probably also attest to it, Odo, that every single time you go to a new team in a new environment, it's kind of like a shell shock, right?
Yeah, exactly. And as we can see, he had a lot of ups and downs going from, 3rd to 10th. Well, now in recent times with Fnatic, hopefully a resurgence. But this goes back all the way to 2019 when I played with him. I think it was 2019, yeah, where we didn't really have the best of times in Schalke, but the thing that held it together and actually made us work more was the fact that he was such a strong personality. He was so, confident in himself, and he was quite selfish to the point where it became a little bit too much. But this is the sort of quality that you need when you go from team to team. You need to bring your own personal, attributes, the things that make you really well, and impose them on your team, because you are an AD carry, you are the star of the team.
I think that makes so much sense when you have a look at the fact that how many times he plays 10s, right? When he was at KC, it basically just looked like his career was going to be over because he was there until Kalis was going to come in. We all knew that. So the fact that the result wasn't there, the uncertainty was another team going to pick him up, well, these were the questions that you were asking yourself, and now he did come to Fnatic. And you're right, he's been the most stable player, and that selfishness and confidence you were talking about, Odo, it's just straight back onto the Rift.
Would you describe it as that he demands perfection, he demands hard work from the people around him?
I wouldn't say it. He does do this because this is what he was doing with me, and I didn't really like it because we were both kids and we both grew up from that point on. But he always was this kind of person who demands. He micros people a lot, and I think even from Fnatic voice comms, when we listen to them, he's always like, "Oh, I want to do this. Come with me. Do this. Let's do that." And he polarizes everything around him and makes it about himself, but he is good enough to show the results and deliver with it.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting because I feel like he got a bad rep for a big part of his career, right? We all remember kind of the KDA allegations and whatnot, but I think you all have to see that in the context of the teams and the situations that they played in, because I don't think there's any ADC that wants to do that, right? And I think now is kind of where we'll see, almost seeing his prime again.
Yeah, it feels so weird to see Upset just be so aggressive with his playstyle, almost threatening the limits of what you can do as an AD carry, because you're so depending on setup. But it feels like Upset's willing to dive in, be that setup himself, lead the team almost firsthand. And I think it shows as well with where the team is getting the resources right now. They are definitely putting the X into the Upset basket.
Exactly, and this sort of style shift also happens due to the players that he has around him. Right now, he's in an environment with Fnatic where he has people that really want to play aggressive, really want to go in, really want to fight and brawl and skirmish a lot. And the fact that he has all of these players around him enables him to do all of these things.
Yeah, absolutely, but it also, he brings the calm, the stability to this team, because Fnatic had a habit of being way too over-aggressive, of making the plays that you shouldn't. But he's also there micromanaging them, making sure that, no, you're not going too far forward. I'm actually making sure that you're playing for me when you need it.
Exactly, because a lot of these teams, the thing that they're struggling with the most is the fact that they don't really know which fight is good, which fight to take, what do we have numbers, how do we create these sorts of good situations, and Upset with the sort of microing and the calmness, he always brings these sort of things.
Yeah, and he's so clutch as well. We saw that in the series versus BDS too, where, I mean, BDS should have won this game, but Upset in the late game was an absolute menace.
He's the reason
he
Fnatic
definitely was the reason that Fnatic won that game. His Kaiser is certainly to be feared.
Yeah, definitely, and I think I see more and more games where not just Upset isolated, but also together with Mickey. I mean, they said it about each other. He said he's like the glue guy, but the other way around, it works as well. And both kind of on a redemption tour, and it works. It just works. And it just goes to show that sometimes you can put a lot of players together. It won't necessarily work, but it works for them.
It works. It does work for them, and for Mickey, yeah, I still don't get. I mean, the allegations that, or like him bouncing around is mainly due to the fact that he got dropped by G2 in that sense.
Yeah,
they're a bit
every
different
time.
from Upset.
Yeah.
Well, every time, but it is a good point because every time you match with different players, you will get the sort of different how to say. Styles or results, because we had the KDA Upset, now we have the big damage dealer Upset, and now the one with the carry Upset.
Definitely so. Fnatic, of course, still needs to win that next game, but also to honor Shushe's legacy, players can unlock the Shushe Forever title for free, and additionally play 3 games as Gragas to unlock his Fnatic Gragas skin. This event will start at 8 p.m. CEST tonight, so get on it. I think would be
so cool.
Wonderful
It's
to
really
have
cool.
that in your arsenal as well, right? To always remember him by, which is super, super cool. And of course, our deepest condolences and respect to Shushe's family. And with that, though, we'll see where Fnatic ends up, of course, and also where Team Heretics ends up. And it's kind of weird because when you think about things like this, we saw it with Noah yesterday as well. It goes on. You always have to play for that next game and have to play for those playoffs, and the same thing goes for Heretics.
It does indeed, and right now, tough schedule for them as well with Fnatic, and then GX is gonna shape up to probably be a very exciting game. But
did you see enough that they can turn the series around?
Oh yeah, definitely. Sten and Shio are still, you know, my goats on the Team Heretics rosters. I feel like they're the two shining lights, and they bring up a lot of positives to Team Heretics. I feel like they can still bring it up for next game.
Okay, let's see. Let's head over to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Jack, whoa! Okay, cameraman trying something new. Let's go. That's how we should get into the series. Maybe Team Heretics flip it around and we'll get a game 3. Now, my only side thing was to encourage everyone, yo, get on League, 8 p.m. tonight. Thank you from Shox. Play Gragas. Everyone in EU, go play Gragas. Get that skin.
It would be really cool to see like Gragas pick rate, like suddenly balloon crazy heights, just as like respect.
It will and it should, you know, and not just for the skin, but also just for the memory. Now for Fnatic, let's see how that memory thrives, because them getting a 2-0 here would put them in the best spot for first place in this pick and ban. Let's see if we do get something a little bit more spicier in top, because we've already gotten rid of the most OP options. Jace, Rumble, a lot of these setup, the Pantheon versus Razork. That was his best champion in a split.
Yeah, and now we have Team Heretics on the blue side, so they can look to try to first pick a power pick here. Could be the Maokai, as that is still left open.
Oh yeah.
And it is going to be the Maokai instant pick here for Shale.
Laughing, they're like, hang on, they left Maokai open. Maokai's never left open in EU.
I mean, it's a good sign that Team Heretics members are still nice and jolly. Carlson, Max chillaxing in his chair.
Yep.
Always happy to see that after a pretty tough loss.
Yeah, I mean, it was one team fight last game that kind of ran away from them, but outside of that, there were some still brilliant moments, and hopefully there's going to be more. Mundo as a response.
Wow.
Okay. Normally into the Zyra, but I can understand why.
Yeah, so this is like 99% going to be going in the jungle for Razork, and I think the idea is just Mundo's passive can block the CC of Maokai, so he can always tank the ultimate, while also being able to tank all the saplings, and just kind of match the tankiness of a Maokai as well. And it's going to be the Ezreal here for upset.
Okay, Ezreal, but in response.
Kai'Sa's out, so you don't have that.
Kalista is up, but
Kalista's up, but
not looked at as much, right?
Yeah, and it's also, I don't think it's Team Heretics' strength, their early laning phase.
Yep.
So I'm not sure if that is the direction I would look to go for. I think something more scaling, like the Sivir, like the Zeri, and just try to survive would make a lot of sense. But with the Varus being out, with the Kai'Sa and the MF as well, you're left with, Jhin, Corki. Those are the strongest early laning phase options that still have good scaling. Unless you want to opt for that Kalista, but we already talked about that. But instead, it's going to be the Gnar blind pick as they drop ADC down to second phase. A curious decision here.
So it's good setup.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing from Team Heretics is great setup, good all-in, not certainly conditional on just the Gnar. But on the other side, Gwen gets locked in. And I see good scaling and good side laning.
Yeah, and you know that Carlson had a second nickname, right? Gnarlson. Because Gnar was his best champion.
I remember in the arrows, I remember casting your team.
Yeah. So, curious to see how he's going to perform on that. Gwen being picked into it, not really a counter pick. Should be a winning matchup for the Gnar, but just both champions scaling incredibly well. So, more of an answer in the later game team fights and skirmishes.
So Carlson has comfort. I mean, it's good, because I remember, as you were talking about in the ARLs, I always looked at Carlson because, I mean, his AD carry wasn't very good, but like, you know, the rest of the team functioned really well. So I am excited to see this again. It's a bit of a revisit. Corki was one of the AD carries you were talking about. Aurelion Sol is a scaling option. What does that indicate?
Maybe a Victor blind pick for Camelu here. I do think that Fnatic will probably look to take away the Jhin as well, as I do think those are like the two best utility ADCs that would make a lot of sense for Flacket, unless they want to take out that Victor after the Aurelion Sol ban. It looks like they are thinking about it though. They could also choose to ban the Kalista, but knowing Upset, I don't think he's too worried. Oh, it's actually the Draven ban instead. So this matchup into Ezreal is pretty chill for the Draven as he rushes the Bloodthirster and can just lifesteal up all the poke. And he also just has very good kill pressure and early game threat, and is kind of just, in my opinion, a better version of Kalista in a lot of ways.
What do you think about Ashen into this Fnatic comp?
I think Ashe struggles a little bit due to her lack of mobility against this Mundo and Gwen. I feel like she might just get ran down, but oh, it's actually a Victor takeaway from Fnatic here. Curious what Camilo now has into it. I feel like this Aurelion Sol was really trying to set up this Victor pick.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they got. Maybe an Orianna could be an option, but there's only the... I guess the Rel engage is pretty good ball delivery for her. Oh yeah, it's going to be the Zeri maybe lock in here for Flakkid. Just a great late game hyper carry, but a very tough early laning phase, especially with that counter pick for Mickey.
I'm starting to think about options here for mid though. Tristana, but then you have too much AD.
It's also a hard matchup into Victor, I think.
Sylas, like Akali has been seen in the East to go into Victor, and of course
Akali's actually
role.
very good here. They have no hard CC on the side of Fnatic.
True.
So nothing to really deal with her, but I don't think I've ever seen Camilo play Akali. Mel Madada.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you questions about this again because it's like some front to back from
Very standard front to back here for the side of Team Heretics, but I'm a bit worried about their early game when you're locking in the Seri into the Astral. If Mickey now has a good counter pick here, maybe something like the Karma or even the Rakan, you can really bully this Seri out, and it takes her so long to start scaling up.
I feel like as well, Victor range in lane is kind of annoying too. I want to ask a little bit about the Alistar final lock in here up against the Rel. I know it's a counter, but I do still feel like for Fnatic, we have some pretty decent lanes here to go through early stage, right?
Yeah, I think with the Alistar lock-in, the bot lane is a little bit less explosive, so ideally then Seri can scale up a little bit better. The thing that Alistar then provides in exchange is the tankiness and just the scaling factor of always being a lot more tanky than the Rel later stages. But I think mid lane as well. I'm not sure how Mel's laning phase is now after all the nerfs, but her laning phase used to be her strongest point, and she kind of fell off. But I know they tried to nerf her laning phase and buff a little bit of her scaling, so maybe now it's more of an equal matchup for the side of Victor. But I'm not fully sure about that one, and I do think for the top side, Gnar should be able to kind of dictate the lane, get push, and be pretty comfortable up there at least. I think the bot lane is the toughest lane for Team Heretics, and where I would look to put the eggs in the basket.
Okay. Well, Fnatic, I mean, still, at least the draft's different. That is upset as Arnold Schwarzenegger from Rambo, from one of his like Alien vs Predator movies. Someone printed that out. I saw today there was like a nice lost return shirt. There was a thing going around where there's a lot of people celebrating. There's a cool tweet celebrating all the artistic works of people in the crowd. Obviously, we've stepped up our game. Hopefully, Heretics do too. I don't want a 2-0. I didn't come in for a 2-0.
Well, Fnatic wants a 2-0.
But it's a Monday. Give me something. Give me something to get excited about.
Something to brighten up that dark Monday.
Yeah, like Fnatic's side, perfect. Heretics, last game.
Well, I do think, though, for Team Heretics, if they reach like the 25-30 minute mark, their team comp is quite exquisite. They have a great artillery mage mid, a great hyper carry, the Gnar that scales fantastically, and good non-committal engage while also having Sten who can look for wombo combos. I do think if Fnatic are not individually outplaying in the team fights later on, if the gold lead is equal, I'm much going to prefer Team Heretics.
That's good. That's a very good start for game 2 then. I think also, you know, how Camilla goes in this lane too, I'm kind of excited because I know that, you know, Mel's late game is disgusting. Like, if she gets a couple of Q trades, that execution range, like once you trade, you know what I'm trying to say, don't you?
I think she's kind of weak late game.
Do you actually?
Yeah, because she usually runs out of damage. That's been my vibe with Mel, that she's very, very OP early mid game.
I mean, they pay you the big bucks to be the brains here. I'm not the brains of the operation. I'm just the one who gets tilted every solo queue game, you know?
I mean, she does have like very obnoxious damage, but it's just like, if she doesn't parry some huge spell, she doesn't do that insane amounts of burst later on. It's been my perception at least.
I guess because the route gets longer, you know, in like late game, as you get that orb snare, that solar snare.
If she does land her spells and get that route, But
yeah, but that's
it's
like
very
anyone.
easy to dodge.
That's like, you know, if Zeri hits her auto attacks, then she's very good.
No, but that route is like, it's a pretty easy skill shot to dodge.
It's telegraphed, I know what you're saying.
But you do have the Maokai to set it up.
Because all I heard from you was like, hey, if Mel lands her spells, then she's very good. It's like, you know what? I said that about anyone. AD carry can last hit CS and then last hit champions. Click on their heads. Very strong as level 2.
Great trade from Fnatic.
Really nice Flakkid. Oh, that's rough. He's pushed down 150 HP. Those biscuits going to be gone.
And it feels really bad when you're playing against this Alistar to still lose that level 2, but this is just the power of the Ezreal. He stacks up that passive, he gets the attack speed, and we got
Mickey! Mickey broke the overlay! Stop it! Mickey, step back, brother. Every time he goes past that line, our overlay gets cooked. Hold it, Mickey. Don't do something you're going to regret. He complained in the break of game 1, game 2. He complained about the client, and now he's breaking it. Like, this is calm. He shouldn't have said anything.
And it's pretty cursed, just like Team Heretic's bot lane right now.
Yeah.
As Flacket is forced to base here. Already down a little bit of CS, and it's only going to get worse with this wave slow pushing into the side of Fnatic.
Oh, Sten has to walk up. He thinks about it, but maybe it was just to get more information. Mickey zones off while that XP not going to be completely cancelled out. Mickey gets engaged. We look away. Meanwhile, Razork's coming into Camilo. He's going to get bounced back. You got to love it. The rebuttal does exactly that to Razork.
Yeah, Camilo looks like he's able to crash in this mid-wave here. It's going to be crab for crab trade here for the two junglers, but Shale here, tempo-wise, is very delayed. Only finishing his red buff at 330. I think he decided to go for maybe more of a safe pathing that slowed him down here. Worried about the potential bot side invade due to his weak bot lane. Is still going to be able to pick up the crab, but now you're left in a situation here where the Maokai is gravely delayed.
Yeah.
And he really needs to just run over to this Grump. And what that means is that now Flacket wants to crash his bot wave, but he has no support of his jungler, and Razork is running straight down.
And again, look at where the wave is at as well. Full HP. Flacket's W this early in the game doesn't do much damage, so he doesn't have much to work with. Mickey knows as well. Razork's coming in. There's no rebuttal for this Zeri. Hops over the wall. But again, that wave, I mean, it's been completely cancelled out.
Yeah. The problem is, Razork doesn't get anything, but he's still happy.
Yeah.
He's denying CS from Flacket here. But Sheo, onto the top side here, might be able to find Oscar.
W was just used from Oscar as well, so there's a bit of a timer on it.
Gets spotted out. Looks like he decides to better off it. Wants to run back to his own jungle. But Flacket forced the base again. Oh my god, this is a disaster.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, there's no other way to put it.
Bro, you're an 80 carry. You see that? You're like, are you pinging jungle right now or what? Like, can we stop this? Like, the wave's pushing against me. What do I do?
I mean, the problem is that they don't even really win 3v3 due to how weak he is. This is kind of the punishment of picking the Zeri. It scales fantastically, but the early game, it's just so weak.
It doesn't have an enchanter by its side as well. At least with like a Lulu in lane, you know, the bullying potency, a bit more ranged value as well.
Oh my god, and Flacket here is opening up to try to defend from Razork, but he's still not farming. Flacket!
I love you're really feeling this, you know.
Bro, he's gonna be like down 20 CS at 5 minutes.
Again, the wave continues pushing. It's held so nicely by Upset, thinning ever so slowly, and Flacket walking up. Okay.
And now Upset can just look to stack up his passive again. Then Mickey can combo in.
Yep.
Might be a 2v2 kill for the side of Fnatic. I'm not sure if they spotted out Sheo on this Raptors. They might be respecting him and not go for the all-in. So maybe this is where finally Team Heretics can crash his bot lane.
Yeah. Mickey can't step up. Fear. Still 4 minions there, but no, it's past the point of no return, right?
They're still able to hold it though.
Okay.
Oh, but Oscar here with a great all-in, but Carlson...
Whacks him back, actually. Carlson against Oscar!
That's Gnarlson, baby!
That is Gnarlson in the flesh.
That's beautiful. And with a bot lane on fire, Carlson able to salvage it with a huge individual lead now, being able to crash the bot lane, but Sten in trouble here.
That bone plating, Mickey gets ignited. He's trample up and won't find any target with it. Heals up. His level up as well helps that. As Sten Flacket now trying to bait it in because standing by. Sheo standing by. Upset moving into the lane, but you look at where his team is. He's in the river. He can arcane shift up. And Sheo knows he still can't do anything as Fnatic look to crash this wave in return.
Yeah, and luckily Flacket got finally to crash this bot wave. He is still going to be down around 20 CS, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, it could have been, but it's still horrible.
It's still pretty damn
It's still the price of a kill and a half just from that crash. Sorry, just from that freeze.
Yeah, and it's going to be the first straight going over to the side of Fnatic as well with Camilo. Oh, Razork doesn't have Smite. Camilo doesn't.
He doesn't know that though.
Doesn't know.
No. So first dragon. Gold lead for Fnatic, however slight. The only thing, as you just mentioned before, that is going right is Carlson's solo kill. I mean, Oscar overstepped there. Really good punish, and Now, Carlson, this matchup you already talked about, being advantageous. I mean, we know Na versus Gwen, we've seen quite a lot of it. It should only get better in the first couple of items, right?
Yeah, I think once he gets that Triforce is when it gets a lot better. I think for now, with Gwen having the plated steel caps, should be able to just continue farming and be fine. But then once Gnar is able to complete that first item, that's when he can start to actually leverage more of that threat. And it's a similar story for Upset here, as he's gotten a big individual lead, but he actually wasn't able to crash this bot wave.
Yeah.
He decided to not base after the Drake. A bit peculiar here, as he's now 8 minutes into the game without having recalled yet. If I'm Team Heretics here, I'm just trying to cancel Upset to Narnia and then crashing this bot wave. Upset is staying here. This ended up being a bit of a mistake from Upset.
Also, tier champion as well, like, late recall, I feel like puts the timer back a little. I don't know if that's even worth a discussion.
If Fnatic are now able to get the grubs, it's a pretty nice consolation prize to both get the Drake and the grubs.
It is.
And Upset is still ahead, but he is probably going to be forced to lose a few minions here, as Flankit is going to look to cheese in this bot push and then hard push the wave after Upset bases.
Yeah, right, sticking around. And with that push as well, equalized some of the CS lead. It was like 25 before, 25.
Now, it's not too bad for the bot side.
Yeah.
But it feels really bad in this Gnar matchup that you're winning the 1v1, and then it's still the enemy that gets 3 grubs without you really getting anything in return.
Very true. Base not spotted there. Sten comes around the corner. Maybe just the tip of the back. But it's bot for Humanoid for now. I'm just keeping track because teleport was burned from Fnatic's mid laner.
Yeah.
And Camilla is just walking down as the wave's at a neutral point. As you said, nothing's up and available, so like teleporting will cost Fnatic anything from Humanoid getting down there first.
Yeah, it's interesting that they decided to put Upset in mid here. I'm thinking that it's just because they want to try to leverage his mid push into either side to either help Oscar or Humanoid. But normally you don't want to put your bot lane mid until around the 13-14 mark as the plates go down.
Yep.
And it's a lot harder to bully this Seri out on mid. So we'll see how they leverage this advantage.
Rebuttal does not work with gravity fields, does it? I don't know if Camilla was thinking E or...
I think it rebutted the Victor Q.
Oh, right, okay. Because I thought he was trying to do it for the stun. And, you know, I just...
No, it doesn't work on AoE.
No, it does not. It definitely does not.
Or it doesn't work on non-projectiles.
Yeah. It's good. I mean, the comedy when it came out, and then we stopped seeing it. And I was kind of glad, because I think Mel is a champion. It's one of those champs where, like, she's either going to be busted or she just doesn't do much.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know. I think she can be balanced. I just think too much more power budget was in her W in the rebuttal.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's kind of a pro skewed ability.
True. It's annoying. Now, it is a slow early game.
It is.
It is being like this last game too. The other thing was the solo kill is Carlson. Holy. Trying to do it again. For the meantime, I can tell you what happens and what is going to happen with Heretic's success. Now, we talked a little bit before about it with Fnatic. I'll mention again with Team Heretics is Oscar's about to get whomped. This time Shayo gets involved. Top a success story. Team Heretics trying to make it the same with bots. Sten looking for an engage, but Camilo sends out the rebuttal. Rather, the snare comes in and just to walk it out. As I was saying, for Team Heretics, they've had big wins to split. Not as many as Fnatic, but this would go into the Hall of Fame if they could pull it off with a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and it's a continued lane dominance from Carlson here, setting up all of this gold lead for the side of Heretics, as he's able to now take 2 plates, take down Oscar. Fnatic, though, with a good response play. Just Humanoid being so strong here that he can get the plate of his own and deny a wave off of Camilo. Stand here trying to get some of these small grubs.
Oh yeah, as you do. Razork's just doing business this game though, isn't he? Because you talked a little bit about how like Team Heretics, if they get to scale into this game, it'll be as strict as that, Mickey will run away.
I mean, Razork has a big CS lead, but it's not surmounting into much gold just due to the fact that Shayo got that kill.
He's also not getting heart steal stacks, so...
That's true.
You know, that heart steel's sitting there, unused for the time being. Kind of like when you buy a printer because you think you'll need it, but it's 2025. And why are you buying a printer?
You know, I got so tilted today. I had a Sion top against Bardinet, and Bardinet doesn't play top, you know? He just runs around the map.
Yep.
Guess what my Sion rushed?
What do you do? Heart steal?
Heart steal, yeah.
Yeah, against range top.
No, against nobody top.
Oh, sorry.
Bardinet is just running around the map.
Is he actually, is that what he does?
Yeah, he doesn't farm. He just runs around.
Wait, so it literally 0 farm?
Yeah.
Stand, hang on,
like
pause that.
farm.
Crush down. He might have to flash out the back of the pit. Razork gets his heart steel stack.
Oh,
now work. Razork follows. Big business still found here over the wall. As Stand is just getting whopped to death. The briefcase is out, but Thematic, there could be some turn and play. Mickey's getting poked out, electrocuted, and the sapling to help out, but there's one kill for Flacked. Beats of warfare, flush over. Show sees an angle. Team Heretics, that went better than would have been expected.
Yeah, it was a bit of a greedy play here by Razork and Mickey, going all over the wall to try to chase down the Stand. I think Mickey also messed up his flash as he flash queued nothing, and then was forced to ulti and ended up still going down. And a nice little flash in by Flacked with some good movement on top of it. But overall, still looks like it's going to be the Drake for the side of Fnatic. It's Carlson tries to fight Oscar here.
Boy, a good sidestep from the snip. Oscar is stacking up. Carlson needs to pace as well. W comes out and tip of the
gets the slow.
The scissors, yep. Forget it. That's it. Carlson gets a womp of the trade.
But Stand is here. I'm not sure. I think he was spotted out by Oscar though, the Warden River. So Oscar should know. I'm not sure if they can die. Gwen W is still on cooldown, but it's only 3 minions. A little bit too difficult.
You love the small things in League, don't you?
Yeah.
You're very on top of the small things. Like, if someone misses a minion, you'll tell me how that affects the moon phase. You know, like, you see this minions here for Oscar. If he misses this one, actually it ends up being, and let me just draw it for you. I'll do some Jack stuff.
I always miss cannons, and people always get mad at me.
Oh, they do. But Jack, you could be like, see this pathing here? There you go. We'll do some drawing. That lets me draw. That pathing there, that affects this. And if you look over here, you can see that this does this and this.
Well, the thing that is beautiful about League that a lot of people don't think about is that there's so many things that are like butterfly effects in League. If you win a skirmish, you get a gold lead. That gold lead makes you have an item that you otherwise wouldn't have, which makes you win another fight that you wouldn't have won if you didn't have that gold lead. And it's like, it all builds upon each other, you know?
You're so correct, but the fact that you just did the exact thing I literally just explained, except actual real terms, is perfect. Like, actually, I'm going to explain why this is logical. Yeah, you're great.
Well, that's what makes League fun, I think. Part of it. Because that's what Snowball is in League.
That's very true.
Oh, Camilo here.
Yeah, he's just dead. Rebuttal out, Mickey.
Execute.
Mickey wants Execute comes out. Meanwhile, what's happening in top? Team Heretics an angle. Into the wall goes Oscar again. Sten times it well. Really nice CC chain. Oscar's dead. And he goes down to Carlson. The top lane carry reignited for game 2.
And did you see what Carlson did there? The little thing he did? He held his auto attack to secure the kill, to make sure that he got it over Stan. And that's Gnarlson, baby. With now 3 kills onto Oscar for Team Heretics. Oscar having a tough game that has ballooned now into 2k gold lead for this Gnar. And he can be such a menace on the side lane as there's so little CC for the side of Fnatic to deal with them. And now it looks like it's going to be Herald for the side of Team Heretics as well.
Okay.
Oscar is still dead.
Razork doesn't want to contest this, doesn't want to walk in. You're right, teleport up for Oscar, but as he now just spawns, Herald goes down. Team Heretics, a really solid baseline in this game. They've lost Grubs, they've lost Dragons, but like this Gnar in his side, and the way this game is going when you have talked about scaling quite a bit here, and what Team Heretics do at 30, 35 minutes, you told me you preferred their comp.
Yeah.
And I'm with you on that train.
And the thing is, what's really nice about it is that they have this losing bot lane matchup, and they have the losing mid matchup, but they're able to leverage and just go all in on this top matchup.
Yep.
With Sheo visiting, with Sten visiting, and just snowball that, which they've actually snowballed much better than Fnatic has snowballed mid and bot. It was a 20 CS lead in this bot lane, but it hasn't changed. It hasn't snowballed the way we would want to see it. Flacked is now completely fine in the game. He's still a little bit behind, but nowhere near this impact that you're seeing between this Gnar and Gwen.
Asher looks for the charge. Fnatic hold their ground. Charge. First one does more damage, but stuck in place. Sheo, then twisted advance on place. But Razork's going to help clear this. True shot barrage dodged by Flacked. Turret will stay standing for now. It's just a bit of added pressure. It's not like anything's going to be moved to because Dragon rather is a minute 45 from spawning, and Team Heretics just laying down what I guess is their line in the sand around mid.
Look at top here, Carlson taking a very...
Nice one, it is Gnarlson, isn't it? You're right, with Trinity Force. Let's see who's stronger, and I think we know the answer. Needlework needs to connect fully, but Carlson gets him up against the wall. He's slowed down into mini Gnar he wants because he wants the range. Oscar somehow still winning it, but that just feels like a Gwen thing as, again, the tip of the scissors come out. Oscar runs.
It's a little bit audacious here for Carlson as he wants to walk all the way around this Gwen, but that's not really how you can play this matchup. You need to do it slowly, whittle her down. Oh! might even be first tower for Oscar in here, as I think even if Carlson TPs...
Is Gwen that broken to just win that 1v1?
Well, the thing is, if you play... The thing is... Yes.
Right. Okay. Good one.
I was going to explain, but no, she's
thing
just...
is, yes. Okay. I mean, he's got a Haunting Guys, Fiendish Codex, like, versus Trinity Force, and he had that pickaxe.
Yeah, he has a pickaxe, completed boots, and Trinity Force, and he still loses. But he played right into Gwen's strength.
He did. Melee, you know,
yeah.
Okay.
But it's an interesting build there for Humanoid. After the Road of Ages nerf, I know Vega Vitus talked about it, with just sitting on this Catalyst and then building into other items, just because the Catalyst of Eons provides so much of that tankiness that Road of Ages would. And now you can see, if you look at his HP bar, I mean, how many bars is that? That's a lot.
That's some bars, yeah. That's more than Dracos has. Like, Humanoid, he's level 12 as well. The zone is big. Mickey pops the Unbreakable Will. Camilo zones, only to protect. 5 seconds till Dragon. Mickey want to have the Unbreakable Will. Heretics also got his flush out, thanks to that Solar Snare. Team Heretics might have this Dragon in the bag.
Mickey going a bit too far forward here. Now, without the ultimate and half HP, it's hard for me to really see Fnatic contesting this.
Camilo's taken some damage himself. What can Razork achieve? He's sending out some poke, and True Shot Barrage will do the same. Maybe there's an angle here. Sten getting low as well. Fnatic bringing this on the verge after Mickey got caught. Now there might be a re-engage, but Carlson goes into Mega Gnar. He's about to. He's a little early, though. Razork thumping him around as stun comes through. Dragon's down, but Carlson flushes away. Heretics looking for their grand escape as Flacker can get over. Camilo flashes. Oscar Renan running into 4 people. Gwen now has an item, ladies and gentlemen. And at half HP, he'll soldier forward. Upset blue. Humanoid to fly too. Sheo is the last one alive with stand off the wazoo. That was Fnatic's fight through and through.
Fnatic take absolutely everything. They get 4 kills, and it's Heretics' indecisiveness that ultimately costs them. They get the initial damage onto Mickey, but then they get poked out, whittled down, until eventually they have to run. And at that point, Humanoid TP's behind, Oscar as well, and they wreak havoc as we see it here. And the thing that we're not seeing that much is just the poke that's already happened. Sten is so damn low. Camilo, half HP. Carlson goes a bit too deep, forced out. Then Sheo forced out as well. Now Flacket and Camilo stuck in the pit. Flacket has to E out before taking a little bit more poke. Camilo has to flash over. Oscar is there. Humanoid TPing behind on the wave. Takes out Flacket while Oscar and Upset does the rest. And it's a disaster for Team Heretics.
It really is. And I mean, Oscar getting to clean that up with alongside Upset. Fnatic in this game now up 4,000 gold off the back of the play. Dragon was denied, but it's kind of like last game, getting deja vu as Stender's caught out. He's on the wrong side. He won't get to crash down anywhere. And Kiwana puts a gravity field down. You're right, just dead in the water.
Very deja vu of last game.
It's so deja vu where it's like, for the Dragon trade, what do we get? What do we do for halting that stacking? It was sole point. And Fnatic get the whole world. 4,000 is the lead. And look at where they are in the jungle right now.
Yeah, Upset forcing out this red buff, and now Camilo might be the one in trouble here.
Solar Snare connects again. Mickey's going to get the engage. Rebuttal's out, but True Shot Barrage connects indeed after that cooldown.
Oh my God.
Upset's going to take it forward. He's unstoppable again. Nature's Grass takes hold, but Sheo is Arcane Shift on. Upset just doesn't care. Running in, flushes away, but he can now range again. Sheo has to kite this out, and even though Upset is low, Mickey's trying to buy some time. Upset's finally going to get out, but Razork again, he just won't get off that phone.
This is the renewed confidence I was talking about for Upset. He
so
just
insane.
keeps clicking forward, even when it's a little bit too much. But it's that pressure that Mickey and Upset are creating that is suffocating Team Heretics out. Despite them getting the kill on Mickey, it's a completely empty kill. They're pushed in every lane, and not even their own jungle is theirs.
It's a disaster because it happened yesterday too. G2 Vitality, our match of the week, and we're like, Vitality's been so good, and they're like, you know, bringing new heights, and G2 have been rough around the edges as Flack had just got smacked. And now it's happening again where we're like, Heretics are one step away from locking in playoffs there. This renewed team as well. Hey, they could be a top 4 team. They go up against Fnatic and they're completely blown out of the water. The past 2 days, G2 Fnatic are just back, and you know, I know water's not technically wet, but it feels like water is wet again, you know? Like people are like, our water's not actually wet, but water is wet, okay? We're back to G2 Fnatic. We've just done this full 6-week cycle in the LEC. What do we know? G2 Fnatic are back.
Oh, it's a play here from Team Heretics onto Oscar. He does have the W and the ulti.
Wave clear comes first. Needlework. He dodges out of the way. He's bought so much time. The snip doesn't connect. Oscar burns. Sten doesn't die. Mickey can't come to save the play, but look at top lane. Humanoid is pushing down the turret in the meanwhile. And for Heretics, that might look like a win, but like, what does it cost?
Yeah, it costs the tier 2 in top. And that gold lead is just not shrinking as Mickey is actually able to one-man defend this bot lane tower that you desperately want to get that objective bounty. And I do agree with you, Sterx. It's sad to see that Team Heretics cannot really compete to the level we'd want. But at the same time, if Fnatic win this game, all they need is KC to either lose to Vitality or G2, and Fnatic are our #1 team in the regular season. So you can still think that Team Heretics is a good team while they also lose to Fnatic. You can contend with those two ideas at the same time.
You're like my inner angel, you know, I was going to say demon. You're not a demon. You're too pure for that. You're like prestige edition of Cadril, aren't you? You just... Yeah, you're too innocent, aren't you? But you're right. You're right. I mean, it's like yesterday, isn't it? Like Vitality, even though there was some egregious plays, there's egregious plays in every game. Like GG Fnatic,
I mean, that one was pretty... There was a lot of egregious plays.
Okay, now you're a demon,
I think Team Heretics has had less egregious plays than Vitality yesterday.
Okay, there we go. We'll quote that, take it out of context, and Jack Spectra hates Vitality. All right? Camilo, he just gets poked out. Oh, Razork, True Shot Barrage as well. Upset is almost 3 items strong. I call that a big problem.
Yeah, I think Team Heretics has to drop this. I just don't see how they can really enter, but oh, Fnatic are actually choosing to run down mid instead of entering to Drake here.
Heretics don't have a Gnar buff, so Nalson can't come in and whomp him. I mean, Nature's Breath's going to fly, and Razork's going to block it. He's spell immune. There's the Magnustorm from Sten. It's a great engage, but it's onto 2 tanks. The re-engage from Fnatic's bigger. Mickey under turret cares, not an upset. He's still at full HP. Carlson ran, Ember 2 is dead. A Solar Snare won't save his life. It's a Devil Snare, more like it, but they need sunlight. Team Heretics just need the will of the sun. Something bright, something good. Fnatic will block out all communication. Take the planet for themselves, and Sheo auto down to Death Storm. Fnatic 25 minutes. This one's in the bag.
And Razork stocks are through the roof as he's just doing business all over Team Heretics with an ace for Fnatic. It's going to be GG. They're going to take the Nexus Towers down, and Fnatic are in contention for first place.
And they deserve to be called the best team, don't they? Fnatic with a clean 2-0. Just when you think Europe's changing tides, we return to where we started. It's the world of Fnatic once more.
Wow. And good efforts from Team Heretics, but just not enough. And Fnatic really showing their dominance, especially Upset, having a fantastic series on the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa. Going deathless as well.
And I know that, you know, Molecule today was like, oh, the stats don't always support Upset. I know today they're slowly getting better and better, right? And like Mickey's Nautilus game 1, and Mickey's Alistar in game 2 was clean too.
Yeah.
Like this duo is doing so well together. You can both be a key player of the series, by the way. I wonder who it is. It's Razork, Upset, and Mickey. Another hard game. Like,
you have to feel like either of the bot lane partners deserve this one.
They really do. They really, really do.
And it's beautiful to just see them bringing out the best of each other. Upset making Mickey not do as many crazy plays, while Mickey is making Upset do a lot more crazy plays that he needed to do to really shine.
It's such a big diff down there. I mean, even in solo lanes, like the team fighting from Humanoid was great. Last game especially. You look at top, Oscarinin was one who fell behind, but still as a Gwen, had a lot more impact, you got to say. And it's, I don't know if it's just become a recurring trend. Monologues before teams play, you know, very important matches, and then losing it. It didn't start with success today.
So it was your fault, you're saying?
I feel part to blame. Maybe I jumped too quickly on the Heretic side. But to be fair, like, yeah, they are still a good team, as you said. They've still got plenty of opportunities to get into playoffs. I'm just looking at the schedule now.
Giant X is their next match.
Their last match is Giant X.
That one is pivotal. If Giant X win that match, then they also have a chance for tiebreakers.
Yep.
So really want to look out for.
And especially with G2 back as well. Like Vitality, you can never tell. Movistar Koi still in the fight for playoffs, as you said. Giant X, since coming off Madrid, look really good, yeah. And then there's like the question of like, yo, where's BDS at? What's SK doing? Are Rogue going to randomly win a series again? Like, And again, sorry, BDS are done. But yeah, look, either way, it's Fnatic's win. And waiting for the, living in the world that is Fnatic here for today. We're going to hand it over to Ginny on stage to talk about their success.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Merit Bonfire post-game check-in with Upset. This was the final game in the regular season for Fnatic. Very well deserved. Great performance all around. So, reflections when it comes to the spring split so far. For you as an individual player, what was your biggest takeaway?
Well, I think it was a decent split for us. We won obviously a lot of games, so I'm happy about that. I think mine and Mickey's form is very good this split. I think we have really shown a lot of good moments, improved our synergy. I think laning-wise we're doing really well as well. So just happy overall with the growth and looking forward to playoffs.
You're talking about the synergy that you have with Mickey, and it does feel like when we're looking at you and the way that you're playing right now, it's very much forward. What would you say is the biggest contributor to you finding that play style or being comfortable pulling that off in these games?
I mean, like, if people do really, really bad engages, usually I don't like to follow and just die. So when people do very good engages, it's very easy to play aggressively. And the opposite is also true, I would say. So it's just been quite easy for me with the engages that we're doing.
So you're saying it's more of a team effort. Has that been the focus of Fnatic? Is that something that you guys are looking to further hone in on as you're going into playoffs?
Yeah, I think we're very good at engaging. Sometimes we think we're a bit too good at engaging and we take a little bit too much risk sometimes in winning positions. But overall, I think we are improving on that aspect. And yeah, for sure, we're going to engage in playoffs too.
Well, it's actually good that you're standing here because you also end up being the Kia player of the series. Woo! Yay! You have quite a few of these to your name. How does that feel?
I mean, feels great. I mean, honestly, these votes are nice, but I'm just really happy to play in such a good team where I can really show a lot of my strength. So mainly focused on that part and being grateful for it.
So you still have like, next week we are going to have the Paris Roadshow. You guys are not going to be there. Then you have a week off ahead of playoffs. What's going to be your focus as the AD carry on Fnatic?
Well, probably just gonna look into like how we have played, what tendencies we have shown throughout this split, because obviously we're gonna get scouted a lot. So just trying to show up our weaknesses, and then once we know our opponent, just prep for that match, and individually just keep doing what I'm doing, just work on my solo queue and keep doing that. Yeah.
Any team specifically you're looking forward to that you really want to play once again?
I mean, just playing best of fives is going to be really hyped, and I want to play Zeri because recently the Zeris have not been looking too good, but I want to make Zeri great again.
All right, well, thank you so much. That's it from us here over. So we're going to be heading to a quick break, and then we're going to be back with the second series of today. It's going to be MKOI going up against SK, so have a little break because we'll be back soon.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. I'm Ginny and I'm joined with Kirui from SK ahead of your matchup against MKOI. Let's talk about the split in general. You know, we are very much nearing that playoff moment. Starting off with the match history that we've seen from SK so far. You're playing MKOI today. You still have to play G2 and Vitality. How are you feeling overall about the upcoming schedule?
I mean, we kind of ruined our own schedule a bit because we lost now against Rogue and Heretics in our last 2 games. And those were 2 games that if we would have won them, I think our playoffs would have looked very good, our chance to get to playoffs. Now we need to play against better teams like KOI and G2 and maybe even Vitality. So we kind of need to like overperform or something like this to make it even to playoffs. And yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. Like if we can beat those teams, then we can also beat anyone in playoffs. So it's kind of nice to prove ourselves now, those upcoming games.
It's like a little bit of a trial by fire.
Yeah, exactly.
You're talking as well about the fact that you lost against, Rogue and Heretics, and that does put you further down on the standings. Currently, you guys are not up there in the top 6, which is what you need to be in terms of the playoffs. So how does it feel to look at the standings and go, okay, we are currently sitting towards that bottom? Is that something that you thought would be the case when you joined in spring?
I mean, I didn't know what to think. Like, obviously, SK had a really bad winter split, and I knew that I could do a lot better than what they did in winter, and I was very confident that we would be better than in winter, but I didn't know how much it would be, right? So I was hoping we would be like be confidently winning against the bottom tier teams and also against the middle tier teams, but I wouldn't say that when I joined this team for spring, I was like, yeah, we will probably be the best team in the league. We will probably be beating KC on the regular. So yeah, I think we kind of performed to the expectations, maybe even underperformed for my expectations. And yeah, I would have loved to change this. I feel like I would love to just play more games. I would love to make it to playoffs so we can actually show more of ourselves, even though what we showed for now looked kind of bad.
I mean, you say that, but I also feel like there was some overperformance too. I mean, you guys had some really good games and you guys still have been able to get some wins and there has been the improvement. But you're talking about this game specifically and how important the next 3 will be. And when it comes to the stakes, if you guys win this game, like BDS and Rogue are actually out.
Yeah.
So it's, they're like your biggest hate watchers right now.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to kick them out, right? Because this also makes us get to playoffs more likely. So yeah, I kind of like it. This fighting to get to playoffs against other teams and then also maybe knocking those teams out would feel great.
Yeah, it would, right? I mean, you didn't. Like, can you imagine you didn't actually win against Rogue, but you were still the reason that they would be out?
Yeah,
that must feel good.
That would be really good, yes,
Okay.
because they would think, oh, nice, we won against SK. Now it looks likely to get to playoffs, and then we kick them out. Would be nice.
Whoopsies. Well, thank you so much for your time for the
Thank you.
interview, and good luck with your game against MKOI casters.
Thank you.
Over to you guys.
Over to us as we get ready for the final series of the weekend. One more week of the LEC regular season here to play. It's
mad.
It is. Wait, is it mad? No, it's MKOI.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, Mad was last year.
Yeah, it's fishy.
It is fishy. Things seem to have gone by pretty quickly as we see Kirui leading the SK Massive down the corridor with his Jace hammer. I'm looking forward to this series. I think MKOI definitely come in as heavy favorites considering their last week's performance.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also because even the way I see these 2 teams kind of stack up against each other, I feel like SK kind of relies on a lot of individual performers, like Rika like having a great game, or Kadui having a great game, and something like the Ezreal, right? It feels like it kind of relies on one person driving that home, whereas on Movistar KOI, we continuously kind of see, oh, they've got this kind of rolling iteration of everyone's kind of at a stable level, but it feels much more like a team cohesiveness to try and get them across the finish line.
Yeah, I think for MKOI, the people that I look at, well, the person I look at specifically is Jojo. He's really stepped up considering his winter was under the level that he would expect. He's talked about it in interviews, under the level that we would have expected from him. I think he's really come to life here in spring so far. For SK, it's a team that's less than some of their parts, and the parts aren't also performing that well individually.
Well, it does depend. Like, I think there are moments of brilliance. Like, I look at Rika and things like the Yone, and I think he does have these moments where he really steps up. And he's, like, as I said, Kadui on things like the Ezreal. And Gen X has had some good games here and there as well on some of the counter picks, right? So I don't want to say it's like a nothing burger for them. It's definitely like there has been moments of that have shined. And I mean, we saw it against Fnatic. We've seen it against some of the other teams too. But I do think they're kind of few and far between. And that becomes much more difficult when you are up against a team like Movistar Koi that just have a generally high base level. And we saw it last week. Like, obviously, they stumbled a bit against Vitality, but that Spanish time was a great time for them.
They had a great time over there. Let's see if they can do it here back in Berlin. We saw the stakes popping up on our screens. I'm just going to have a quick look to make sure I get them correct. We have MKOI locking themselves in playoffs if they win, and if SK win, Rogue and BDS being fully eliminated from the playoff contention. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a close one for our top 6. I was wondering coming into this weekend, I think there was a possibility it could have all been decided by today. We could have had our top 6 already locked. Things haven't gone that way, which is quite nice to see. Yeah. Let's see if we have a bit of a closer affair in this series.
I do think, though, like, it is still rough for SK, because, like, obviously getting the win here does put them up onto that 3-4 score line, but you still have, like, G2 to play and Vitality to play, right? So it's not exactly like it gets any easier for you over the course of next week either. So a huge amount of work still for SK to put in, whereas Movistar Koi, if we can just get one more across the line, they're in a fantastic spot. But we are into draft with Sejuani and Barris already gone. Not too many surprises thus far.
Not too many surprises at all. I wonder if we'll see the Maokai being banned, the Yone as well, obviously a possibility. We'll have to go through. I doubt we'll see anything too inventive like the Mel that we saw in the previous series.
No, I think it'll be kind of standard. Like, I like getting Bukata off of the Sejuani. I think it's been his best champion by a good margin. So just making him a little bit more uncomfortable. Also just getting rid of the Jace from Gen X. Gen X very much a carry top laner. I thought SK wouldn't ban the Vi, to be honest. I thought that'd be something they were eyeing up for themselves. But especially since Elyoya, I think, has looked better on when he can go for these earlier skirmishing junglers like the Xin Zhao.
I think Elyoya loves to have some of that early impetus. Really about pushing lanes as well for MKOI. If they can get Elyoya into a position where he can invade the enemy jungle, where he can take fights on his own terms, he can really shine. Poppy banned away by MKOI, so they're looking to play probably a few champions with dashes. I wonder if we'll see Alvaro back on that Rakan as well.
Yeah, curious to see what the... Okay, so Yone. So respect given to Jojo, but we'll have to see what the first pick is going to be. Talia has been rising up in priority as that first pick, and looks like that'll continue.
Yeah, Talia and then Azir picked into it is kind of a handshake that's been happening a lot here in the LEC. I was thinking about possibly a Rumble as well, but with the Yone banned out, you only really have the Tristana as AD mid. So Talia just going to be locked for Jojo.
I am curious though, because Rika has kind of gone towards a couple of the melee champions like the Silas, and even having some of the unorthodox picks like the Morky. But with the Pantheon hovered here potentially locked in, I think we will see some sort of AP mid laner. So could be the Azir, also Hui, like we've seen Caps kind of fish for. Rika brought out a little bit as well, but going to go straight towards his rise.
Okay.
So this was kind of the pick he was known for a lot in EMEA Masters.
Yeah.
So seeing what he can do now on the LEC stage.
Yeah, haven't seen him bring it out so far here in spring, but something, as you say, that he has a history on, at least throughout the years. MKOI looking for that skirmishing jungler in the form of Xin Zhao. The ability to seismic shove someone back, lock them up with the 3 Talon strike. It's so easy to get that CC chain going. It makes a lot of sense.
It's also just the skirmish power that you were talking about, like that early, hey, we got some pushing waves, let's go and invade, let's try and get in and fight, and having Talia who could very quickly join in those fights with the Weaver's Wall just makes a lot of sense, right? It's very much a composition that Movistar Koi like to tend towards. And also the Rumble for Mirren, which when you look back over even last year, you wouldn't have thought, oh yeah, this is really a Mirren champ, but it has actually been one of the champions he's most impressed me on this point.
Yeah, he's been really good on it, and I think Rumble just sits in a very strong spot in the meta right now, especially when you don't counter-pick top lanes. So MKOI now have the opportunity to ban out a couple of top laners to make that Rumble's laning phase even more oppressive. Ezreal is the pick for Kedwi, known as one of the best Ezreals on the server on his day. So we've seen it banned out against SK a couple of times. We've seen Kedwi pick it up a couple of times as well. As you say, yeah, 100% win rate in those 2 games.
Yep. And I'm not fully surprised to see it brought out. The only thing I'm curious now for SK is like if they're just going to go towards what we've seen a little bit in other regions is just this like Gwen Rumble trade, because obviously with the nerfs towards Gwen, it was a lot of her armor in lane was taken away, but she's still decent in towards the Rumble, and yeah, there it is, it's just getting banned away. So obviously Koi not letting Gen X get it, so Gnar, these kind of things I imagine are going to be up next on the plate, unless you want to just go for something like a Scion and say, I'm going to be hands off, I'm just going to absorb that pressure in the lane and just play for these later game team fights.
It's always a possibility you just go for something a little bit tanky. Gen X has looked towards the Vladimir as well, the Akali if you want to try and trade into the Rumble, but don't really want to be melee range of him for too long. There's the Aatrox, so trying to out-sustain the Rumble's damage in that top lane. MKoi now have to lock in their AD carry and their support. It's blind support, Xayah, Rakan alongside this for Alvaro would make a lot of sense. This is most played this split alongside Rel. And it looks like that is where MKoi are going to land.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. It just gives you a lot, like Alvaro, as you say, has been fantastic on it, and it sets up again for great skirmishing power, a lot of setup based off of Ilyoya kind of being that front line, and then Alvaro to skirt past you and try and set up. So curious to see what the angle is going to be. This would be funky.
And support, okay.
So is it Ryze top lane? Or is this?
It's Ryze mid, Aatrox top,
okay,
Annie support. So Annie,
yes,
heavily nerfed through some power reallocation a couple of patches ago. They took a lot of power out of Tibbers and tried to put it back into the rest of her kit. The problem was, Tibbers was her power for a lot of the game. Remember, like you just put Tibbers down in the mid lane and push out. So on 25.09, they then redistributed her power across some of her spells, making her a little bit stronger, at least in terms of laning and using those spells. I'm very interested to see how this works, because it is a long-known counter to Rakan. Basically, you stack up your passive, when he jumps in, you just Q him, and the stun does, his knockup doesn't land, right? So it becomes very easy to block him from getting into the lane. Also gives you good wave push with the Tibbers later on if you want it.
Yeah, I think the only real issue that I see is that it does mean that then you're heavily reliant on like a Flash Tibbers engage to try and start off the fight, or Bukada trying to get some sort of setup in the Pantheon to start things off. So it does make things a little bit more difficult for you. Especially kind of, you do have some poke that can come through from the Movistar Koi side. So definitely a composition in SK that needs to get rolling if it's not just going to be rolled over.
Just having a look at the exact changes. Base damages increased on Disintegrate and Incinerate, the Q and the W. So supports love base damage, right? That is where they thrive. We'll see if SK bringing out something a little bit loopy from Loopy here changes the state of their run to playoffs. Only this series and a couple more left for them. They play MKoi today, G2, and then Vitality next week in Paris. For MKoi, one last game against Rogue to round out the split after this. A win here will secure them that playoff spot. Not as high up as they would have liked, but still a solid performance, at least over the last few weeks from MKoi.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they've got their footing a little bit more. Especially on how they want to try and play the mid game. I've been much more impressed with their patience in a lot of those situations where, in even like looking at, say, season finals last year, they would have overextended for a kill and kind of thrown the whole game away. But we're seeing them have a better understanding of how far they can poke and prod before they actually fully commit to something. But SK, at least committing to a little bit of a bot side invade. Ward will be spotted out though, so we'll have to see how Ilyoya wants to try and move around. That actually cleared out immediately though.
They'll be able to take that down with the Oracles on Alvaro. So they get themselves a little bit of a gold lead down towards that bottom side. Last time we saw Annie support, by the way, 2023 Spring Playoffs. It was Hillisang. Who else who brought it out? Loopy has played it once before in his career, back in 2023 as well. Didn't go too well for him. He lost in the LCK CL. That's the Challengers League over in Korea. But had a little bit more time to practice it since then.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you can already see just holding on towards that stun, making it very difficult for Alvaro and Super to really try and trade into him, because at any point he can unleash us.
Gleaming Quill from Alvaro. Going to try and heal up here, but one of the benefits of Annie is she has such a good auto attack range, right? It's really long for a support, so her ability just to harass down this Rakan who is pseudo melee.
It's also funny because this is the like nerf version of where she was, because if you think back to like Whites and Tabe when they were playing it back in like 2014 or whatever it was. Her attack range, or 2013. Her attack range was way longer than it was. So the fact you still have this obnoxious range just kind of tells you how far she's.
Yeah, I think it was 25 range further than it is right now. So it was 650 originally, which is just massive, and now it's down to 625. But a little bit of harass coming out from Loopy down towards that bottom side will force Alvaro to go through all of his potions early doors. You can see him healing up there. None left in that lane, so we'll just want to survive through the laning phase. As you say, though, a little bit of a weakness for SK is their lack of pure initiation, right? You have Flash Rune Prison, you have Flash Stun from the Pantheon, you have a Flash Tibbers, right? Everything is quite reliant on the Flash. Leoya coming down here, maybe trying to burn Loopy's Flash. Healer out early. Kedwi should just be able to Arcane Shift across the wall. He does so. And SK get out burning only a single summoner. Alvaro actually burning his heal as well to try and get that chase down.
Yeah, I was trying to keep my eyes on Ayoya because he at least procced 2 of the 3 Talent Strike onto Kadui, so I wasn't sure if he was just going to go flash engage immediately onto Loopy and try and get that knock up, but didn't want to try and commit. But already, I like the pressure down here because one of the things about Annie is, hey, yeah, she's very obnoxious to try and deal with in lane. But she's so squishy, especially when if she is level 2 and doesn't have access to that shield. So I like the attempt from Ayoya. Unfortunately, just couldn't make it happen.
At the moment, relatively even between the two teams. You can see Ayoya, obviously, because he went for that gank, is a little bit slower through his camps. Should be able to get his Razor Beaks before Bukada steals them away. Bukada looking towards the big Razor there, was unable to take it. Ayoya will want to try and path up towards this topside scuttle as Bukada's making his way across there.
He needs to try and get some help though from Mirwin if he wants to try and hold on to this scuttle. You can see TP at least a little early from Jojo Pyun, so should be able to force this wave and help out. Is Ayoya going to check this, I imagine?
Yep, when it becomes lightning, he dashes in. Aegis Assault out from Bukada. He can just walk away. Really, Ayoya just messing with the tempo of the enemy jungler there. Wasn't a kill threat at all.
Yeah, the problem though is that his Krugs are still up on the bottom side, so we'll obviously clear this, I imagine reset, and then we'll have to still go up towards his top side and then work his way back down as those camps start to cycle. But
actually, might skip the reset.
Respawn, actually,
yeah, just go straight to the Gromp and then work his way down.
Yeah. And then we'll be able to come back into that bottom side. So it'll actually be Ayoya who's a little bit late. So I think for Bukada, if I'm him, now is my time to try and get a little bit active on the map. When I know Ayoya, more than likely in the next 30 seconds, we'll be going back to reset.
Yeah, I think you'd be super tempted to go up towards the top side, right? Yeah. Mirwin is pushing this wave in. He does have good vision control, but you know if Ayoya has stayed in his jungle, he's going to be pathing down towards bot or looking for that reset after doing these wolves. For the moment, Mirwin has a slight lead in that top lane, about 16 CS in fact ahead. 300 gold lead for him. Bukada's on his Krugs. Janax will land the chains, doesn't land the Q3 though, and Mirwin just flame spitters the way. Ping's coming out. Looks like Bukada isn't going to go for a topside fight.
It may be looking at the fact that Jojo Pyun has hit 6 and a push in mid. They were a little nervous of, as you can see, Jojo just kind of leaning top in case some sort of gank happened and being able to turn around, especially with how low Genax is. So looks like they will just start to move back down towards this bottom side and looking at a potential dragon. But at the moment, no real movement, which is kind of the time that we're looking at here for, swapping those bot sides to the top lane.
Yeah, usually 5.5, 6.5 minutes is where you're going for. Those grubs spawning in at 8. You can see top left corner, 2 minutes before they do arrive. Might just be the bot lanes playing around trying to get the waves in. Arcane Shift forward here from Kedwi. Has to flash away with Ayoya coming around the corner. Uses the barrier as well. Kedwi burning both of his summoners as Drake has been begun by Bukada. Rika here first means that SK should be able to secure the dragon without too much contest.
Yeah, so they're just going to back away. You're going to make sure that they have to run right the way away. But yeah, I think for Bukada, it's just trying to stay on this bottom side in case anything funky happens at the moment, because you can still see where Luffy and Kadui are positioned with no. So I wasn't sure with no summoner spells if Ayoya might try and make something happen on that bottom side, but looks like instead he just wants to try and clear up towards the top.
Yeah, just try and get himself back on an even kill with Bukada, who was able to have that slightly quicker first clear. Also, pathing up towards top when there's a minute on the grubs makes a lot of sense. There's also a red buff about to spawn that they can look to try and invade. You can see Jojo and Ayoya teaming up here. to step in towards this red side jungle. Jojo with the early wave pushes in mid. Rika will get to a point where he clears the wave really quickly with the spell flux, but isn't there yet on the rise.
But this is what we were talking about from Movistar Koi. Like, this is how they like to play. Trying to get these invades off, working off of pressure in the lanes. And at the moment, Jojo Pyun's been doing a good job of controlling this rise and not allowing him really access to cover for anything that like this has happened. Also, Mirwin just having a field day in this top half of the map.
Alvaro has left his AD carry down towards the bottom side. Will jump in. World Ender coming out. There's the Weaver's Wall as well from Jojo. Looking for the CC now onto Genex. Alioya jumps in, tanks the tower. 2 shots, flashes away. And MKoi are on the board.
Nicely done by MKoi. This is, again, just playing off these nice timing windows that they had with Alvaro being 3-sec, get up towards his top side, Jojo Pyun having pushing mid, and even though it was a little funky, but Alvaro missing that grand entrance, they're still completely fine.
Yeah, just making sure you get the World Ender out there is really your job, right? If you do get the knock-up, cool, but you have enough follow-up CC from the rest of MKoi that you can make sure that kill is secured. Did lose a plate, maybe 2, down towards that bottom lane. Currently reads at 4, but with the minions attacking, it might clip over to 3. And with no one having teleport for MKoi, it made it a little bit harder for them to answer that wave. So a couple of waves and a plate down in bot was the cost of the dive up towards the top side for MKoi. Bukada here has spotted Super. Alvaro's going to come in to try and help him out. Grand entrance dodge to the side of Bukada, not rooted up either with the Blade Caller. Overall, SK just have the first move on the Grubs.
That's what I was going to say. I think Super losing that health bar is going to set them up perfectly for this, because yes, Rika had gotten pushing that top side as everyone on Movistar Koi come through, but Super still kind of held his own in mid. But Luffy now.
But the Incinerate has to flash across the wall here. Mirwin's coming across with an equalizer as well. 2 Grubs down. We'll give the feat of strength over to SK, and with MKoi only having 3 players around, I think they're going to give up the ghost of fighting this one. All 3 Grubs, Realm Warp forward. Mirwin has to flash the wall because Luffy was coming in, waiting for that stun. Didn't quite have it procced, but the Pyromania was only 1 stack away.
Yeah, it's a little messy for Movistar Koi. They didn't really need to commit, because as we said, like, Super out of the picture. The Talia TP was only just about to come off a cooldown, but he was Jojo was still in range of Genex, so that could have been interrupted. So felt like a bit of an overstay for what wasn't really going to be any sort of pickup off the back of this.
Yeah, it's one of those, hey, maybe we can fight this, and then you walk towards it, it's like, actually we couldn't fight this, and now we're out of position. So just as you say, an overstep from MKoi. SK taking what they can off the map. Have got both the first couple of neutral objectives here. No flash for Loopy, makes Super and Alvaro a little safer in the mid lane. Alvaro still only level 5 though, only just ticked over that.
But the flash gone from Mirren makes him way more vulnerable in the side lane. Because the lockdown that can be offered by Bukada just coming in with an ultimate, or even then Genex to follow up, or Rika being able to set up for that play, means that my eyes are now firmly on Bukada to see how he plays towards Mirren and trying to shut down what has been a fairly good time for the Movistar Koi top laner. You can see almost a 900 gold lead for himself just off of the 1v1 against Genex.
Yeah, he's basically all of the gold lead that MKoi have been able to generate in this early game. Genex has to flash away here. Seismic shove wide from Jojo as Jax puts on his dancing shoes and just taps across to the side of it. There's a risk now, though, for Genex. No flash on the Aatrox. World Ender still available to him, but Jojo's going to keep him at arm's length for the moment at least. Mirwin still has the equalizer here, with no one else in the vicinity. Doesn't even need to use it to clear out the wave. Rika's just going to take this plate and back away.
I'm still waiting for the moment where I see the Aatrox counter pick and it blows my mind. Because I feel like so often over the last couple of weeks I've seen Aatrox been like, oh yeah, this is a good counter pick here. And then it kind of does okay or falls behind in the laning phase and then doesn't really do anything in the rest of the game. I'm like, yeah, why'd we end up here?
Well, because Rumble's been really strong for a long time.
Yeah.
And people are experimenting. Fearless draft, though, means that we only have to see the Rumble once.
And the Aatrox.
And the Aatrox. That's the problem with Fearless. We can't try our counter picks more often.
Oh,
that's
not
the
enough
reason.
practice.
Yeah. That's obviously the issue. For the moment, though, MKoi, although we've said there've been a couple of foibles, a couple of fails here and there, they are still about 1,000 gold in the lead. SK have set up around the Drake. There's the Tibbers into the CC. True Shot Barrage coming out, but Alvaro goes in with the quickness and procs it on all 3 members of SK. They can't escape. The collapse is rapid from MKoi. They manage now to take a bunch of damage off this mid lane tower. Genex coming in. The Aatrox still not doing as much as he would like.
Yeah, but still managed to get the flash from Supa, but Movistar Koi set up well on the return punch. SK hoping to find some sort of pick, but now first Dragon for Movistar Koi looking inevitable.
Now Rika has to flash away here as well, just trying to fight over something that he doesn't really need to fight over. Put back into the unraveled earth. Supa gets his second of the in-game. The Infernal Chains comes out with a Grand Starfall, and that will be one in response. Genex able to pick up the kill. Newin laid down the equalizer. Bukada jump forward. Aegis Assault keeps him alive for now. Alioya still trading in. Kedui coming in from the side as well as he looks to join the fight. Alvo force low, but Janex force lower. He goes back in a grave. Kedui getting chased out by Mirwin. The Flame Spitter will be enough if he had Leandries, but he doesn't quite have that item complete. Alioya looking for the win, becomes Lightning, has the flash as he tanks up a tower shot. And it's a little bit messy, but MKOI get out with a Dragon and a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, it's definitely scrappy, and it's not exactly something that you'd be putting onto the ball.
That's scrappy. That's my worst Scooby-Doo I've ever done in my life.
I wasn't even sure what was happening.
I'm sorry. It just came out, you know? Sometimes it happens. I'm channeling Jake.
Is that what it was? But the fight here is like, it's very strange. So you get the pick already, like good turnaround here from Movistar Koi, right? But like, on the flick back here, I'm surprised that Supa doesn't use the ultimate. He was sitting on it there for a while, so even as the Infernal Chains connect, I expected here for him to just go up with it, but doesn't end up going for it. Movistar Koi then start to run away. Then there's a few more foibles as we go into the bot lane.
Yeah, Janex is dead. Hex Drinker isn't going to shield you from the physical damage of Supa. No mystery there to be solved.
Thanks, Raggy.
Oh. I can't believe I just did that, I'll be honest. It came out of nowhere.
You've been in a weird mood today.
Yeah. 7-1 the score for MKOI. They are massively in the lead. SK trying to play up towards the top side, trying to get anything they can off the map right now, but they are going to lose a bot tower for it. They'll take a blue. They'll take some plates towards that top lane. Small advantages gained wherever they can find them, but those advantages quickly being nullified by the fact that MKOI are bulldozing the rest of the map.
I think it's also just that they're always like, even here, it's a half step behind. You've lost bot tower, you will trade it for top, but it's another 30 to 40 seconds before you actually get it, which means that then Movistar Koi will be up here, they can get the next wave, but they can also start to put pressure onto like mid lane tower as they look to reset here. And it's just these kind of little things that are starting to compound. And even as we start to look towards Herald in just a couple, seconds time, Movistar Koi are just out on the map quicker again.
Yeah, just getting those resets off a little bit quicker overall. Yuntao's complete for Supa, 3 stacks away from finishing up his cull. Rod of Ages just finished for Rico, a little bit later than he'd like it, but probably about average in terms of Rod of Ages completions. When you're looking at a speedy one, you know, 12-minute sub is really nice to get that Rod of Ages out. For now, I have to wait until we're about 25 minutes into the game. Genex caught in the side lane once again. His flash about to come off cooldown, but not quickly enough, methinks, as he's knocked up with a grand entrance. He makes a grand exit in a body bag.
Yeah, 1-4 now. The Aatrox has not been having a fun time in the side lane, and Movistar Koi been doing a good job of jumping on him, but Mirwin might be next.
Round walk forward, lands the harpoon, gets the slow on Rico, which might keep him out of reach. Needs the overload in the rune prison. Mirwin flashes into the Rift Herald pit, TP's out, and survives.
So that was actually really smart from Mirwin.
Yeah,
he
that was
clicked
really
underneath
quick.
the Rift Herald, so then you can't get the CC chain to keep him in place. So nice job from Mirwin to escape away from that.
Really solid from Mirwin. Still back for the fight if one does erupt. Rift Herald, the only key point of neutral objectives, but you can still play for this mid lane tower. TP coming in, there's a Weaver's Wall to separate SK into 2 distinct entities. Rika comes in and is stuck between a wall and a very hard place. Supa with his 5th of the game.
And that's going to be another tower falling and the Rift Tower going to Movistar Koi alongside the 2 kills as well. We kind of expected it to be a bit of a one-sided affair, but
not this
6K gold
one-sided.
is...
Yeah. This is devastating for SK and delightful for MKOI. Remember, a win here locks them into our playoff spots, into that top 6. They can still battle for a slightly higher seed, really looking for that top 4 for the double elimination. They have Rogue at the end of next week to try and lock in that spot. For SK, they still have matches against G2 and Vitality. Still a way back in. I don't think they're eliminated even if they lose here. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're not. But would be obviously a trickier road to tread. You have to win out those 2 games and hope the rest of the results go in your favor, really.
Which is tough. Yeah, it will be also Rogue and BDS who are kind of looking at this game going, whoa, because again, if Movistar Koi end up winning here, it's those two teams that are eliminated. So SK kind of hoping against hope that they can try and bring this one back just to make their life easier, maybe a couple of other teams as well.
I think it's if SK win here, Rogue and BDS are eliminated.
Yes.
Yes, you said if Movistar Koi win here, Rogue and BDS.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, so if SK win, Rogue and BDS are eliminated, whereas if MKoi win, we don't have any of those eliminations, but obviously it'll be harder for SK to make it through because they haven't picked up the win here. Rito's going to charge in. Gone past 16 minutes and 49 seconds, so MKoi not setting any records here. But, they will get won't quite get a second charge with the Ritos as the smite comes out. There's a Drake for them, maybe their second of the game, but it's an 8,000 gold lead, guys. Like, assuming they do everything cleanly from here, it should be a done deal.
But I enjoy at this point in the game where, as SK, you have to sit as a group in your base and go, okay, no, it's your turn to face check. I face checked the last time around. Now this one's on you. You're like, no, I face checked last week because no one on this team wants to touch Movistar Koi at any point in time.
Tibbers.
So
off you go.
Yeah, because Annie as a support is so useful without the tibbers.
Yeah, no, but you just throw Tibbers at the wall over and over again and see if it sticks, you know? It's a Paddington Bear sort of situation.
This is where you wish you could like tag out and tag in Ivern. So you just like, can we swap Daisy for Tibbers? And you know, we kind of.
Isn't there law that Daisy's meant to be Annie's sister?
Something like that.
Yeah, something along those lines. Equalizer goes down onto Loopy. And Loopy, oh, the round warp. Leandries, guys, come on, come on. You think you can escape the fire, Annie? You were born in it, molded by it.
You didn't see your sister until she was a giant rock golem.
Apparently so. MKoi just dominating, guys. Like, we're joking around a little bit because this game is as good as done, right? If SK come back from this, it is a monumental throw from MKoi and incredibly good play from SK. But their whole jungle is being lost. And you can see Bukata currently sitting at 127 CS. I expect that will go up to 131 and then won't really go up from there for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for SK. And I think, look, a lot of people kind of expected this. Movistar Koi have felt like they were on an absolute tear. I think there was the one series against Vitality where Linces had thought did a great job as Bukata.
Nice sidestep there from Jojo. Gonna land some more damage with that threaded volley, but can't chase Bukata any further.
But yeah, I'll hold on to this because it looks like he might get a bit of engage off Ulyoya. But yeah, I think it's like that one series against Vitality where Linces did a good job of covering Ulyoya and also then kind of upsetting the bot lane of Movistar Koi, where it felt like, okay, there seems to be some sort of formula here that you can use, but it's been very difficult for teams to replicate. And it feels like Movistar Koi now, as you say, with Jojo stepping up, Mirwin looking like an absolute beast in the top side of the map as well, that the whole team is just coming together, and now they look significantly more terrifying.
Oh, I definitely agree with you. I think that team cohesion is the watchword for Spring. For MKoi, they really seem to have found their footing as a cohesive unit, and part of that, I mean, we can praise everyone on the team. I think Alvaro and Ulyoya have actually worked out a really good system together as well to get Vision in and to work together through the early game. Askan about to spawn.
The 0-0-10 jungler and the 0-0-11 support are working well together.
I mean, I'd say they've done pretty good. Pretty good overall. Askan has spawned. SK trying to play down towards this bottom side. Mirwin pushing in, but does have the teleport. He wants to make his way down here. Jojo's going to answer the wave that is beginning to crash on that bot lane tier 1. The gold lead extends to about 9,000 or so. And SK are doing what they have to try and do, which is deny some vision and set up a bush, right? Just see if Jojo oversteps, see if someone from MKoi doesn't respect the fact you can't see the enemies on the map, and just oversteps. But Jojo's not doing that, right? Like,
well, now.
Oh, here he goes. Checks the wrong bush. Seismic shove. He misses, gets hit with the Tibbers, the chase is on. TP coming out, but the rest of MKoi are beginning to collapse, and SK are about to find themselves in a 4v5. Rika tries to get the Realm Warp out, but can't get back in before the quickness locks him down. Genex on the wrong side of the wall now. Will get a shutdown onto Jojo Pyun. Equalizer onto the backline. Bukata caught first. The quickness coming out as well as Kadui is locked up, and Ulyoya will chase him down. Crescent Guard more for the damage than anything else. It's an ace for one for MKoi.
SK got their man. It's just unfortunate they had to lose everything for us. And now Movistar Koi, with Mirwin pushing in this bottom side, should be able to crack the base for themselves. a good turnaround from Movistar Koi. I respected SK, but there's just not much you can do here.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them. You can see how quickly they're trying to collapse. They have the Grand Starfall coming in, Genax teleporting in as well, but you just don't have the damage. You just can't work your way through this MKOI lineup quickly enough. And there will be Atakan. It will be jungle camps stolen away as well. I will say Bukada got 7 extra CS after I said he wasn't going to get any more for the rest of the game, so good job to him. His topside jungle is available, so he's probably going to crest, 144. So next up, though, we have a Drake in 50 seconds. Jojo has his teleport, so he can push out top and then TP down towards this dragon if needed.
I'm just going to have a quick look at the replays. You can see, look, Loopy gets the ultimate down and sets up, but Reeker just can't get through the Serap's Embrace that Jojo Pyun has, and then the follow-up is there. And honestly, it's only really Jojo Pyun overextending that lets Genax come back through here as he tries to get the wall down.
Oh, Kedui's been caught out. Will try an arcane shift across the wall, but won't get there in time. He's dead. Mirwin's on a rampage. Only 2 players on MKOI have died in this entire game. Jojo and Super letting the team down a smidge. Smidge.
I thought you were going to say, like, massively or significantly, and I was like, no, yeah, they should be reported.
Every now and again, I'll say something that is obviously a joke, and then I'll get angry fans in my DMs telling me that, see, I can't believe you flame a team.
I think everyone just assumes what I say is a joke at all points in time, so I don't have to worry about it.
Wow, okay. You do have that, like, infectious laugh, you know?
That's why I giggle profusely to cover it up.
Laugh to hide the pain, Rob. Laugh to hide the pain. SK maybe looking for a few chuckles themselves right now because they're 12,000 gold behind. They just lost the third dragon of the game to MKOI. You have 3 lanes that MKOI can play through. No real wave in mid, so they're going to have to wait for that one. But you can see Jojo's already up at the top side. The last remaining tier 2 stands up there.
I do think, though, again, this is like good showman of what MKOI are trying to achieve. Like this patience, this kind of like, hey, we're not really overextending. Now they're about to pull the trigger, but it's like, so even there, they're not really, they're just forcing SK back.
Yeah.
And I think this is where that growth from Movistar Koi has really impressed me, and why like I actually really enjoy watching this team now is because I always like there is a very much of understanding of how we should be positioned on the map, how we're setting up our vision, how deep can we actually go on a play before it actually is just us throwing the game away. And there was always kind of that like, okay, MKOI have a lead last year, but are they going to be able to hold on to it, right? Yeah. But this year, it feels like MKOI have a lead. Okay, this game is over. Yep. And I think that's kind of like the growth and what I've really enjoyed about watching MKOI this game.
100% agree with you. I think it's important to clarify in this series at least, they're playing up against SK. They're doing everything right, but the caliber of opposition isn't a Fnatic or a G2 or a Carmine.
They just come off the back of doing it against
exactly
Fnatic,
right, and that's the thing. This has been consistency over a couple of weeks now, at least for MKOI. Loopy goes in, great flash from Jojo. Realmwalk coming out as well, but that's the weave as well from Jojo to get himself to safety. The collapse beginning for Movistar Koi as Alyoya works his way around the bend. The quickness out, and there's the lockup onto Bukada. Loopy falls first, Bukada follows suit. The TP out from Rika towards the top side, abandoning his comrades in arms as MKOI will get another couple of kills. Baron up in 4.
Rika would never abandon. He just wanted to get the win.
Oh, true, yeah.
He had to push it off, so then they couldn't go. Yeah, it was to cover the... See, because now he's disrupted the push that Jojo could have gone for here on the top side.
By taking 2 minions of that wave?
Yes.
It worked.
Do I have to elaborate now that that was a joke? Or how does it
no, I think we're good. Okay. I think we're good. Great flash away from Jojo and by Mirwin.
By both, I was going to say, yeah. And then even here, Jojo repositioned himself, but the ultimate was great. And the interrupt from Alvaro here as well, because Bukada was like, oh my god, I need to peace out, but there was just no hope. And at least it's Freaker who ends up escaping away, but it is these constant Hail Mary plays you kind of have to make as SK, because otherwise you're just going to die out slowly. So respect them for at least trying.
Oh yeah, and when MKOI are playing like this, when they are playing with that patience, with that deliberateness, is that a word? I feel like it probably is. Deliberance? No. Sounds too much like Severance. With the deliberiosity of these last few moments, you don't get the windows you usually would, right, against the team. You can't just expect them to take a fight and it's like, oh, we'll outplay them in the fight. Because MKOI aren't taking any fights. Yeah. They're just suffocating you out of the game. Like, Bukada has got like 10 CS in the last 5 minutes of the game.
He's got 2 caps.
Yeah, exactly. They've just been suffocated. So SK are doing everything they can, trying to find gold wherever they can on the map. They'll take the bot lane tier 1, but MKoi taking an inhibitor in response. The next wave in mid, probably about 20 seconds away from crashing in here. So they have a little bit of time to wait, maybe less than that, maybe 10, as it will start to push in. MKoi only playing on 2 waves in total right now, top and mid. Bot wave a mile away from them. There's the Weaver's Wall to separate out the team. Kedwi almost on the wrong side of the wall with the quickness coming out from Alvaro. He flashes forward into the equalizer. Loopy looking for the stun with the Tibbers as well, but it's only going to land onto Elioya. SK are able to retreat for now, but the chase continues from MKoi. Good seismic shove onto Kedwi, but he begins to open up. Mystic shots hitting Kedwi with the barrier, able to survive, but now the inhibitor will go down. MKoi likely to back away.
I mean, they got what they wanted. The inhibitors are gone. It was a good ultimate from Jojo to separate SK as well, so there isn't really any ability to fight back. Now with a soul in 50 seconds, you have options. It's just go and push in bottom side. You can commit to the play if SK ever overextend. If they don't, great, just fall back and get the soul for yourself. But you see here, nearly able to catch Kadui, good arcane shift away, but then flashing forward to get Loopy and Rika and really set up then for the funnel plays to come through. And Elioya a little bit late on the ultimate just because of the CC chain, but it was enough from Movistar Koi to be able to push them back and set themselves up for the inhibit.
Yep, they take 2 inhibs, as you say. Drake, their next objective, 20 seconds on that. All 5 of them on roughly the bottom 50% of the map. You can see SK just trying to get pushing out in any waves they can. They know there are super minions on their way. They want as much time as possible defending this tower before they have to deal with the super minions. That's why Mirwin's in mid, because he wants to accelerate that process by pushing out that mid wave and forcing SK to have to play on 2 lanes at once.
SK are also desperately trying to get Rika up towards his items. Couldn't quite get the Zonya's Arrows Glass, but at least has posted it.
Oh, stun onto Alvaro, will dash away just in time to escape the tower shots. True shot barrage comes through and Alvaro goes down. SK get their 3rd on the board in almost 30 minutes. And they delay the push out of MKoi.
But they didn't really have to use anything either. Loopy still has his flash, still has that ultimate up and available as well, so MKoi have to be a little careful as they try and move forward towards this, but letting the creeps do the work at the moment.
Yeah, you can see they're being very careful by just standing next to the cannon and saying, we can take a little bit of poke to make sure this inhibitor tower goes down. The Drake up for them will be Cloud's soul for MKoi if they can secure it, and secure it they should. Looks like Mirwin and Jojo are just fishing, seeing if anyone steps into the treacherous waters of their own blue side, but no one from SK will, so MKoi will just take the Cloud Soul. And when Alvaro respawns, expect them all to reset and then push in with these super minions. Still haven't taken the inhibitor on the bot side, importantly. Looks like they don't even need to reset, haven't got that much gold since the last one. Loopy looking for a flash across the wall here, but Jojo hovering the right side. Makes it easier for him to stay safe. Weaver's Wall out. Kedwi flashes over, and now he is a long way away from his base. 8 seconds before he'll be able to get back. Mirwin might try and keep him around. Kedwi instead decides to reset his base, and now Mirwin's just gonna burn him down. No barrier, no flash, no life left for Kedwi. He will ball 20 kills to 3 now for MKoi.
Yeah, I appreciate the attempt, but the target selection isn't there. You can see right there, super immediate cleanse as Loopy tries to go on him.
Yeah, Grand Starfall coming out as well from Bukada. Aegis assaults backwards, knowing that's where all of MKoi are. Equalized down as well as Genex tries to survive through this, but just can't. Super flashing forward, pops the Featherstorm at the end, looking for the Quadra and will not claim it. Mirwin takes it. MKoi demolish SK in game 1.
That was clean from MKoi. There just didn't really seem like a chance. There was a couple of fumbles here and there, like in team fights or mechanically, but when it came to map play, when it came to early control, it was Movistar Koi all the way.
Yeah, just crazy performance from MKoi overall. We're going to go do a short break. We'll be right back after this.
Into the map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now? Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. And what a legendary journey we've been on. I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
I'm faster than Aatrox is. I'm faster than Aatrox.
Hang on me.
I think I'm ulting.
TV. Rise will ult, okay?
Look up button.
Yeah, I don't have anything, okay? Let me assist. Oh. They TP bot.
Sorry.
Rise TV. Can you see? Yeah. I have full 3. I keep going, okay?
Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Alvaro. Panther? Nope, I'm getting it.
No, it's an auto. But I play so bad mechanically, no joke.
Welcome back to the LEC. Gina here, joined with Mila, Prime League caster, Mia Master caster, NLC caster, whatever it is, you've casted it before. Thank you for your time joining us. You are here to, I guess, represent a little bit of the German league. I mean, SK has had some really high highs and some really low lows and some Annie supports. So what would you like to say about this? What's going on?
To be honest, I don't know at this point. We've had high hopes when Kidui joined the team because, like, the Tim Villas effect, all the Germans know the Tim Villas effect, right? But the Tim Villas effect is not affecting so much right now. But I also feel like in this specific game, the draft was a huge issue because you're playing a catch comp, but who are you trying to catch?
The Zaya with the ult and clan?
For example, or the Talia who can just Weaver's Wall her way out. Like, it's hard. It was a really hard game for them to play, and that's why I have so many questions where it's like, why would you put them in that position?
That's a good question, but I have another one for you, and that is when it comes to this series specifically, it's super important for them to be actually able to make it to playoffs. And I'm assuming, as you know, the German fan base, you really want to see SK in that playoffs.
Yeah.
So what would you want them to do to be able to close this game out, or this series out, rather?
I think I do like when they get to play a bit more of their comfort. Obviously, we don't know how many times they have scrimmed like in any support or something, which maybe that's a comfort pick for them. But it feels like they are just not very synced with each other. Like in a way, they feel like they're off pace a lot of times. And I hope that they can just get some more comfort into their game again and then hopefully achieve what we need them to achieve in order to make it to playoffs, because I know there are some hopeful people out there in the crowd.
Well, I hope so too. But thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it and for the insight. We're going to be heading back over to the desk with Shock, so take it away.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that. She's got jokes. I love it. Also, it's, I guess, a little bit hard to find hope for SK after a game like that. So we've got someone else, Jack Spector, straight from the cast city analyst. He's showing those casters that have been casting for so long that you can do analyst desk after you've been casting a series. Our GOAT. So do you have any answers for us about SK?
I mean, I don't have answers for SK, but I have answers for MKOI.
Yeah, of course.
I want to bring it back.
That is easy.
I want to bring it back. Golborg, do you remember a mid lane tier list that you had a hand in creating?
Yeah, I absolutely do.
And where was Jojo Pyun put there? Do you remember?
I do. I wanted to put him a bit higher, but then Shox and Finn said all the way down in like C or D. I can't remember what it was.
It was true then. It was true then.
I mean,
well, interesting.
Do you want me to lie? You do results-based analysis, Andy.
I mean, and I want to hear what Jack has to say.
Well, after Madrid, Jojo has looked absolutely phenomenal. He's stepping up when it counts, and on the Thalia, one of his best champions, he practically stomped this game. Now, not the stiffest competition, but he looked insane. So what do the two analysts say?
I mean, for me, it's really funny because you come and drop the tier list after they played, you know, SK and stop them 80k goal lead, and I'm like, well, you're kind of making it easy for yourself, you know. But I do agree on the Jojo point. I do think he leveled up massively because even in the voice comms, I don't really know if it's because you know they're stomping, so the energy is a little bit lower and you're chilling, you're not really so stressed. But I do feel like he's taking a little bit more of a backseat approach, where before I felt like he was very active, kind of yapping a lot, and I always said it's Yap City. But now I feel like he's just letting himself get carried away by, you know, Alvaro and Elioya.
So you think the key to their recent success is him shutting up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there is a thing as a player in a professional team that you talk too much because then, you know, it's just this constant chaos. You know, you don't really have time. Because with Trimby, for example, when I was playing with Trimby, our main point of feedback to him was like, you're kind of just talking so much that there's always chaos. I don't really have time to think for myself.
I also think for me, I don't know how it was for you, Otto, but when I talk a lot, I play worse. I can't focus as well on my own mechanics, how I want to play.
That explains a lot.
If Jojo felt... Okay.
There's always this like sweet spot when you need someone to cast your own game in that sense to kind of give the flow, you know, kind of get everyone in the mood of like, okay, guys, here we're doing this, we're moving there, we're doing that. But then if you do it, especially as an AD carry, I guess you kind of just get lost on the map.
A question to the two ex-pro players on my desk. You can sit out for just a second. You know, for SK, and we talked about this during the break, Odo, it's like we almost got fake data because they beat Fnatic and we were all like, whoa, they're insane. Then they got another win versus GX, right? But how do they maybe adjust to that new reality? Because, I mean, everybody put them, I think, much higher than they actually were.
Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword because especially if you're a team that I feel like maybe you're struggling and then you pick up one of these like amazing wins against, you know, Fnatic at the beginning of the split, it can put you on this unrealistic hype train where you feel like you can punch above your weight and then you might be carried away. But at the same time, it's also important to stay grounded.
But also, if you listen to the interview that Kadui had as well, he was basically saying that if they can beat any of the teams that they have coming up, they can beat anyone in playoffs. And I think that's a good mentality to have.
If
coming
you make
into
it to
stronger
playoffs.
opponents. Well, they got to get started somewhere.
But that's kind of like if you win, you win.
Yeah.
You invited this guy and now you're not even letting him talk.
Well, hot take, scrims matter. And from what I've heard, SK is one of the worst teams in scrims. Even when they beat Fnatic, they said their scrims were terrible. This was a huge surprise to them. And at the end of the day, their lack of good practice is showing.
Counterpoint.
Okay.
Fnatic didn't scrim at all. They were stuck.
Okay, but they've scrimmed over the course of the elimination for quite a bit.
I mean, sometimes, you know, you just need a break.
True.
Kit Kat plug.
Hey, it's funny, but it's also not funny because SK needs to get to playoffs. So they have selected blue side. I'm still laughing though because you guys are so funny. But give me some pointers. What can they do? They can tap into some of the things like you know, Kadui, he can still do it if they get to a point where he is able to actually influence the game. It's just that they don't get to those game states.
Give me
Annie's
Bukata
out,
Vi.
so that's great.
Oh, Annie's out. That's amazing.
That is one thing. Give me
That is
Bukata
so
Vi. Give me
good.
something where you press on, they just know how to go in. Now Kadui doesn't have the Ezreal. I think that hits them a lot. I think they need as easy as a composition as they can get.
Yeah, I think easy to execute composition with a little quirky for Kadui maybe, and something aggressive for Reeker and not too ego of a pick for Genax. It can win.
Might be able to win. Okay, let's see if it's MKOI who just keeps on going on their echelon of Madrid or if SK bring us to a game 3.
We'll have to wait and see. The analysts want an easy-to-execute composition from SK. I will say, for MKOI, that composition last game was pretty easy to execute. So, do they want the same?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's... We kind of highlighted at the start, right? The fact that she had the Annie in the support role was kind of like, okay, so who's going to be your main engage tool? So it was always going to be difficult. So I don't mind just going back towards something that is a little bit easier.
Yeah, we'll see if SK agree with us. They're on the blue side this time, prioritizing that first pick. Yone and Jace, the first couple of bans for us. I wonder if we'll see, you know, Vi taken away. You can see the Maokai, Sejuani removed, Varus. All of these picks often taken out of the pool in the LEC right now.
Yeah, Movistar Koi had the luxury of getting the Sejuani ban in the last one. Wouldn't be surprised to see that kind of come through. Vi at least already taken away. And then it does just kind of open up to, okay, are we just going to immediately take something like an Azir in the mid lane for Reeker? Although, as we say, he's already kind of been happy to take some counter picks into the Azir, so maybe he's not as high priority on some of those.
Yeah, he's only played Azir once this split so far. I wonder if he'll look towards something like the Victor. His Ari's been pretty good as well. There's still a couple of picks for Reeker to look at. Could even go towards something like the Sylas if he wants to go melee in that mid lane. Sejuani banned by SK. I wonder if this is setting up for a Maokai. MKOI can ban it on their final first round here, obviously, but in terms of like powerful junglers that give you a lot of utility, a lot of zone control, Maokai and Skarner kind of up there on my list.
Yeah, I think if you want to ban the Maokai, there's also an option here for MKOI to, on this next rotation, take something like the Neferi. I don't think, like we've seen it from Bukata, but I don't think it was the best of performances from him on that pick. So I think I'd rather see it going into the hands of, okay, well, MKOI, but it is going to be Bukata.
Yeah, and Neferi really relies on having pushing lanes so she can get in the enemy jungle, or she can just power farm a few levels up, really keep her own jungle safe, and then look for those level 6 Hounds pursuits. MKOI, I mean, Poppy does pretty well into the Neferi. The steadfast presence works really well into her ultimate, stops her from being able to dash around at all. And wouldn't be surprised at all, actually, if it's just an B1, R1, in fact, pick. And it is locked in 6-1 in the LEC. A little bit surprising, I will say. But Poppy's one of those picks, I think her win rate deceives you a little bit, because often she's only picked when she's really good into the enemy team comp.
Yeah. Also, okay, so it looks like it will be the Poppy going in towards the jungle as well, and taking this Alistar now for the bottom side of the map. It's interesting to see that Alistar has kind of risen up as this like preemptive pick in the bot lane, because you're like, oh well, the champions that are still available are like Leonas and Rels, and then Alistar kind of slots in saying, hey, we'll have a good matchup into both of them, so it'll be fine. But actually not going to be the case. It is going to be just a Victor immediately taken here. So basically saying, hey, as you were alluding to, I should say, the push is what you're looking for with the Neferi. Well, Victor almost guarantees push at this stage, and just because the champions have already been taken away with his ear banned as well, so it makes it easier to try and control that.
Yeah, it just means that you can often have that mid lane prio. It does look like Reeker's going to go towards his Sylas as an answer to it. Stealing away Keeper's Verdict, very solid. Stealing away the Chaos Storm, Arcane Storm as it's now named, very solid as well. Also means that MKOI are less likely to go towards the Alistar, because obviously Unbreakable Will on a Sylas is an incredibly powerful, hijacked ultimate.
Which means you can just go for the Rel now and basically go like, okay lads, do you want to take the counter pick in the Alistar? Because it'll set you up fine, but actually just going to go back towards the Corki. So Jack Spectra going to be happy on the desk. He was kind of calling for the Corki, but we'll have to see now if that control on the bottom side of the map can set them up for success, and at least set this Neferi up for success as well.
Kedui has a 40% win rate on this Corki. 2 of his 5 games, he's managed to find wins in. There's the Rel locked in by MKOI, so saying, well, we can't really take the Alistar, instead we'll take the Rel. They can ban out the Alistar on this phase as well, knowing that SK haven't picked their support as of yet. There's always the possibility as well that Poppy does go up towards top lane, depending on the matchups. With MKOI having R5, they can save top/jungle for the final pick, and then pick whatever they think suits best in that sort of position. Nico banned. and Ambessa taken away. Does make sense to get rid of Ambessa because you're not going to be playing Ambessa into Poppy at all.
I was wondering if they're just going to go with the Braum ban here from Movistar Koi as well, because there is an angle for Supa to take the MF, and you've just got this big AoE clump that you're sending at them, because when I'm looking at, oh, well, we're going to have a Silas, we're going to have an Theory, chances are we're going to have a melee top laner as well. Suddenly a lot of SK is playing into a very small area, and I think you could get value from it, but it's a little bit more difficult when you could immediately substitute into Braum here for Loopy. It does mean that Gen X would have to play Engage, but if they are going to keep this Poppy flex open, at least you'll get some instinct here from SK as to what Movistar Koi want to do.
Yeah, you can play something like an Ornn or a Sion as well if you want just a bit of a tank engage here up towards the top side. The Alistar is the ban. Instead, there's a Nidalee and an Ambessa removed by SK. Now, we did see Nidalee top in the LTA. Bwipo played it. They did win. It was not due to Bwipo in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, there's been a couple of them. I mean, Zayas has played it as well, I'm pretty sure. So it's like, it's doing the rounds.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's that good.
Neither am I.
Whenever I see AD Nidalee top, I'm just like, guys, what are we doing?
Even when it has like 3 kills, I'm like,
I mean, that's just Nidalee in general. And the LEC is you get ahead in the early game, aren't able to do too much more after that point. Zeri picked, there's the Gwen, and it's going to be Gragas support for SK. A lot of magic damage on this team. Obviously, the Neferi and the Corki kind of balancing that out.
Yeah, it's just going for the Gragas is a little unusual because your flash body slam Poppy exists now. It does make, and obviously it's like in a different lane, so I'm talking about as we get to the mid game, but it still feels like you're heavily reliant then on, okay, I need a really solid cast from Loopy, otherwise it all goes a bit wrong for SK. Or maybe it is the, hey, I want to go for double knockaway with both Silas and Gragas, but it feels a little strange. But Kennen from Mirwin to round it out, this is just so much AoE damage coming through from Movistar Koi right now.
It really is. All about that big clumped AoE in the middle of team fights. Kennen yet to be played here in spring, so it's the first time we will see it brought out. I'm pretty sure it's the first time Mirwin's played it all year. I'm going to have a quick check on that. Yeah, hasn't played it all year. So Mirwin continuing to invent, continuing to bring out new things. He has got a few games on the champ, 5 of them across the course of his career. Last played it last year in season finals against G2 and did win that game. So the question, I think, is SK feel very good at skirmishing to me and very good at spread out fights. I don't know how they make that happen apart from Gragas ultimate.
Yeah, I think it's also like you do have access with the Silas ultimates and some things to try and get a Poppy ult and keep people away using Keeper's Verdict, but it still feels very difficult to achieve. And I think a lot of that is then going to be based on, okay, how much value can we get not only from not the Poppy knockback, but from these other ultimates that are available as well. Because technically, Silas can still away Mirwin's ultimate. Maybe you get big AoE in that way, kind of get those kind of fights. But I do agree, it feels like side laning and skirmishing are the name of the game, but little enabling to get there.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to get into a position where they're stronger in side lanes and where they can effectively skirmish. Is the exhaust teleport for Gen X in the top lane? I saw the Yumi with a gun on the posters someone made. That was very cool. I would definitely get that emote if it was in the game. It's what my cat is like every morning. When it's 6 o'clock and she wants food, it's like, okay, there's no way you're getting out of getting up and getting me food right now. Literally puts her paw on my eye to wake me up.
They know. They know at this stage,
Yeah, it's just doesn't happen to my wife. It's strange.
Yeah.
I am the designated breakfast giver, it seems.
Well, I mean, you'd cook as well, so I assume they see you give food to your wife, and then
they just see me as the provider. Yes, okay, that makes sense, I guess. Not sure they're that smart. I think I've just given them food enough times they're like, ha! Exactly. The food dispenser. But let's talk about how this early game is likely to go here, Rob, because Mirwin does have a slight range advantage into Gen X, who's gone Grasp here. Mirwin looking for the Electrocute, looking for those short trades up towards the top side. It's always a little bit risky if you fall behind as the Kennen here, because after a while you can't really do too much into the Gwen if she spaces correctly against you. And they will just meet and Mirwin will throw out an auto attack.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for me to see kind of a path for SK into this, right? Because generally whenever I look towards an Inferi, there's 2 things that I want. It's 1, the push that we've already hit on, but 2, it's ease of setup for an Inferi gank. Because you want to try and get her kills, want to try and set her up to play ahead. Reeker, kind of can set up plays, but it's not really guaranteed. You look at bot lane as well, it's kind of difficult for Loopy. It's, hey, can we get past all these minions and not get caught, and Super doesn't dash away. So it is difficult on both aspects of setting up in theory. And now you're kind of looking at the lanes going, okay, well, ideally I would like to enable Reeker in an early skirmish where the Silas can kind of pop off and set that up, but that's a little bit wonky as well because we don't really have ways to enable him like a Sejuani or something like that, right? So I think there's just a lot of, it's slightly awkward, and some of the kits work together but don't really gel massively well together. And especially when you look at like Oyoya being present in a lot of these early skirmishes, making it significantly more difficult for Reeker, for Bukata, and also then for Genax. It just feels like there's a lot of issues for SK in getting the game rolling. Whereas for Movistar Koi, it's a very clear game plan. It's, hey, we will play for big AoE team fights using Mirwin, using Jojo, and have Super providing that last little bit of DPS to take people down.
Yeah, just go in with the wombo combo. Elioya was spotted as he walked in towards these Raze Weeks. Kedui and Loopy pushing up. Alvaro will be looking for the engage here. Flash, Shadowing Strike, good knockback by Loopy. Kedui flashes and uses the Valkyrie as well. Elioya on the chase here. Loopy still has a flash of his own and will get away from the Hammer Smash with it.
So Elioya again, early gang towards this bottom side of the map to try and make things happen. This time around, burning both flashes in here. Come back for a cheeky look again.
So what Alvaro's trying to do here is get Loopy's body slam out early if he can. Elioya goes in, body slam in by Loopy. There's the follow-up onto Kedui, but he does still have the barrier, so he'll survive. Elioya burned the flash for that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jojo Pure on the wrong side of this trade. Rika's TP back into the lane, whereas Jojo has yet to use his teleport. Bukata coming in from the side hit as well. Looking for that chase onto Alvaro and Super. They really just want the wave more than anything else. Bukata about 2 camps ahead of Elioya right now.
Yeah, Alvaro took a terror shot in the last one, so I think that's why Bukata was like, okay, maybe we can turn this around, but not really in a position to do so. And now with the push on this bottom side, Bukata should be at least be able to secure both Scuttle Crabs, which will be nice, but I didn't get to see exactly what happened in the mid lane. I'm surprised Jojo got caught in the position that he was in.
So Rika reset TP back in. I think Jojo just greeted for an extra couple of minions, and then Rika jumped on him immediately after the teleport, right? So nothing too consequential. Jojo didn't burn flash, didn't burn TP.
It was more just being that far ahead of his minions, where I was like,
yeah, I mean, it happens, you know. I watched, I think it was Quid yesterday, greed for a cannon minion and die on a mid-wave. It just happens, you know? You're like, oh, he's teleporting in, I can definitely get
so it's
this
an
before
NA
he gets
issue
there.
is what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, 100%, 100%.
Because LEC mid laners would never mess up.
No, they ever do such a thing. Bukata does get both of the Scuttle Crabs and will work his way back through his jungle. He's about 3 camps ahead of Elioya now, so in a really strong spot in terms of the 1v1 matchup. The risk for him is all of his lanes kind of losing, only about 150 to 200 gold here and there, but MKOI will be pretty happy with how this early game has gone.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of the issue that we're illuminating, right, is that there's just very little that you can really do to influence these, because wherever Elioya shows up, just nullifies so much of how SK want to try and play these fights. Alvaro also been a pretty sizable threat when it comes to just interacting with SK, because you've got 3 melee champions on SK4, obviously with the Gragas, but it's carries that can be disrupted by Alvaro, can be disrupted by Elioya, and then just Mirwin running in on top. It just feels like MKOI have a really good comp to try and play into.
Jojo constantly putting the pressure down in the mid lane. Will get himself his first plate. Mirwin's having to deal with Kedui and Loopy, who swapped up towards this top side. Super being left alone down towards that bottom lane. He's going to lane into Genax for the next little while. We'll give him a lot of XP over Loopy. Get him towards that level 6 a little bit quicker. Still 2 minutes away from the grub spawning. Elioya already on this Drake though, and MKOI will start the dragon sacking early.
You do have to be a little careful as Kedui in the top side though, because you've just hit 5. Mirren's about to hit 6, and honestly, I think one big engage with no flash and no barrier for at least a little bit could mean that Mirren could end up setting up for something. So you can see they have to play, well, actually MKOI realizing this.
Alvaro goes in, Shadowing Strike onto Loopy, so he can't body slam you out of the crash down, but Kedui obviously does still have that Valkyrie, a little escape tool in his toolkit to extricate himself from that situation. Mirwin, as you say, is that level 6. The Slicing Maelstrom can do a lot of work. Super dealing with Genax, but he can always just dance across the wall to safety.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Genax to really do anything, but yeah, you can see here, MKOI know how much damage they have, and that's a
nice stun onto Loopy for Mirwin. Alvaro claims first blood with the Ignite. The wave now pushed in. Blackadder will catch it under his tower, but Mirwin and Alvaro showing their synergy is just as on point as Super's and Alvaro's in the early game.
You have a ranged top laner, so it's very easy to just go, all right, support move, we're going to keep it in the same spot, but the all-in, the level 6 is so strong, and Reeker now getting a good amount of damage back from Jojo, but he is completely out of mana, so I think it'll be more just now for Jojo to try and clear out this wave and reset.
Yeah, just wants to get back and get that mana topped up again. Doesn't have the teleport right now. Rika constantly trying to trade with him. Alvaro coming across to make sure that his mid laner is safe as houses, pushing through this wave. Bukata is sneaking into the jungle. Ayoya will spot him out. Steadfast presence early for the movement speed and escapes Bukata's clutches. I wonder if we'll see Jojo going for the Catalyst build here, or if he'll go for a full Rod of Ages. Already has a Sapphire and a Ruby Crystal. Bukata jumps up with the core of the pack and avoids the crash down. Mirwin coming in from the side as well, forcing Rika and Loopy away. Loopy burning his flash in the exchange.
Yeah, I can understand the idea here from SK is we know Jojo's low on mana, let's try and make this play work, but just overextending way too far to try and get something to happen in the top side, at least to get the red, but Flash is burnt now on Loopy, trying to get out. And you're still not really in any of a better position for it.
It's just really easy to let last game get in your head a little bit as well and be like, oh, we just lost by 18,000 gold. We only got 3 kills in the whole game. Let's do proactive stuff. We're losing this early game. We're behind on CS. We're behind on plates. We're behind on kills. Let's try and force things. When sometimes you don't need to, and in fact, often you don't need to in situations like this. Rika looking for Jojo, who will flash away. Doesn't have the mana for any follow-up onto Rika. Hound's Pursuit coming out from Bukata as Jojo doesn't have a summoner to escape this. Bukata's still chasing him down. The dog's doing a little bit of work as well, but there's not enough mustard on those to choke the life out of Jojo.
Loopy now trying to come in as well. Alvaro just missing with the Shattering Strike, but yeah, again, you can kind of see SK, they're feeling that pressure to try and make that play happen, but just aren't really able to get it across the line. Jojo very low, but no real follow-up, and now it's Movistar Koi with the first move onto Grubs, but Jojo is still a base, whereas Reeker just TP'd back in.
And yeah, Jojo doesn't have his teleport right now, so MKoi will get 1 grub, but they're going to be at a numbers disadvantage if they continue to fight this. Super working his way out of base right now. Mirwin's on the wrong side of the wall, does have the flash and might have to burn it to escape. Alvaro looking for the engage. Rika going in, has that slicing master, but missed the abscond abduct, or at least the chains part of it. MKoi will back away, and that is an example of MKoi being a little bit overeager, I think.
I think they were trying to buy time for Ayoya's smite to come back up. You could see it was just kind of ticking. It was like, maybe we can steal one away, but yeah, when you already had Jojo Pyun moving fully down into this bottom side, Super still trying to compete on that mid wave as well. It just was never really going to be something that came from it, but still backing away. And I think it's just unfortunate for SK, the Reekers of Sonic didn't connect, but now Loopy
looking for Alvaro. Shattering Strike going down. There's the CC onto Loopy, slicing Maelstrom from Rika with the absconder. Duck gonna get chased down as Rika gets SK's first kill of the game. Super answers with 1 onto the Gragas himself. Bukata's gonna get chased out here. We'll have the cooldowns up pretty soon. Jojo chasing Genex out of the bottom lane, but not really much more doing there.
Now it's a 1-for-1 all said and done. Super is still trying to just push on towards Reeker, but won't be able to finish him off. Still, at least SK, like, hiding in bushes, trying to look for something, but I think the fact that Super kind of sent himself so far away from the fight meant that they just couldn't really follow up to get any other members there, because I was looking at a flash potential ultimate from Ayoya to buy a little bit more time, but Super doesn't really have the damage right now.
It's also whether you want to invest those resources right now. There's a Drake up in 30 seconds time, you got a 1-for-1. Do we need to force more? The answer is probably no. We'll have another look at the fight around here. It's a good setup by Loopy, waiting in that bush for Alvaro.
But this is where, so Reeker does go in, but Super repositions, so he's not really there. So you're only really going on towards 1, and then also just the lockdown on towards the Gragas immediately on the wall from Ayoya meant he had nowhere to go.
Did he also miss the lightning crash because he rode so far away? Not sure if he got the extra
I think he missed it,
extra bounces from that, but it doesn't really matter at the end of things. It will be back up for this next fight, about 7 seconds away from the cooldown. Drake, the next opportunity for these two teams to butt head. 1,000 gold lead for MKoi, but the only completed item in the whole game right now actually is that Hextech rocket belt on Mirwin. He has the teleport, Genex does not. Both of them currently matching up in the top lane.
Looks like they're going up Reeker for the moment, so, but Kadui's still on midway first, so it's a little messy from MKoi to try and set this up, and good trade from Reeker in this bottom side as well. I think MKOI have to give this one up.
Oh, flash forward into the Keeper's Verdict, stolen away. Elioya's going to have to flash away. The dog's chasing Jojo for a moment. Loopy coming in as well with a little bit of vision. He can go for the cast, but Jojo sidesteps it, puts down the gravity well as well, and will catch out Rika in the midst of it. That's 2 already. Jojo with a fancy feed. MKOI find 3 on the bottom side. Jojo, I think, died to the bite of the dogs in the end, but wonderful play from the mid lane man for MKOI.
That was what I was going to say. He got them back. It didn't really matter. His Supa just trading a little bit here, but really nice stuff from Jojo. Getting down that CC, setting up well, and especially as SK were in a winning position to move for Dragon. They probably didn't need to go for the play. GenX had already walked down from the top half of the map, but you'll see it here. Like, they think they can get Jojo, but sidestep the cast, sets up beautifully, immediately puts down the gravity field as well, and then with Alvaro coming in, just buys a little bit of time, but yeah, it just ends up dying, I believe, to the bleed just off of the Neferi. But still, Movistar KOI getting this turnaround, because honestly, this should have been an SK objective. GenX had moved down, Kadui had push in mid, they had already gotten Jojo low, all they had to do is go for the Dragon, but now MKOI get the kills, they get Dragon, and they might look for GenX.
Yeah, looking at Jojo towards the top side, exhaust down onto Mirwin. Elioya locks GenX against the wall and Mirwin takes the kill. Meanwhile, the dive on the top side didn't materialize for SK. Alvaro here to defend his mid lane.
Yeah, and this is... Oh. I don't think we want to go this... There we go, yeah, SK going to back off, but... this is what I've like really started to enjoy about MKOI is like when we say Elioya and Alvaro work really well together, oftentimes it's actually on opposite sides of the map like this, where it's Elioya is going to make the offensive play and Alvaro is always there on the defensive side of the map, and it just makes it really difficult for teams to try and make that play, because you can see there Alvaro just stands there and ends up thwarting 4 members of SK that were starting to move up towards that top side.
It's just so damn menacing, man. You just can't get
It's a metal horse.
I mean,
you don't really want to mess with it.
It's pretty scary, gotta be honest. 3,000 gold lead now for MKOI, 2 Drakes to the good as well, 4 minutes on soul point for them. It's a mountain soul, which will help them a lot in these skirmishes. For SK, you're starting to get towards first item. Spear complete for Bukada. GenX has a Rift Maker. Rika has gone Catalyst, but I think it might not be the Rod of Ages build. We'll see what he gets on this recall. We have seen a lot of people just sitting on a Catalyst and then going towards different mage items in the last couple of days. And with the changes to Catalyst on this patch, it works really well. He teleports back up to the top lane. Did he buy items? I haven't seen the items updated at all. Maybe he just didn't have them. As GenX is caught down towards his bottom side, Mirwin flashing into the Hat of Mist to make sure he gets the stun. Elioya slams him into the wall and Super claims the kill.
I mean, Movistar KOI just moving around this map so well, even using that TP here from Jojo Pyun to get into mid, to cover the push from Kadui, so you don't really get an answer on the mid lane push either. Movistar KOI, again, very firmly in control, and this is what it looks like when you've got a top team in the LEC. There's just no real getting in.
Yeah, it's really hard for SK to find anything to do, right? You're expecting, well, you're hoping that MKOI make a mistake around an objective, make a mistake on a map movement. Right now, they're not really doing that. Lost a couple of kills early on, but haven't really given up anything since then. Now, a 4,000 gold lead going to materialize for them, and you're looking at 2 items at the time that SK have 1 item, which is never a position you want to be in.
Yeah, it's definitely less than ideal, I will say. And SK setting up for a Rift Herald contest. I don't know if this is the right call.
Setting up for something is okay. It's whether they stay and contest the Rift Herald after setting up, because maybe someone walks in alone. Maybe Elioya oversteps. He's not, because he and Alvaro have been very much on the same page this game and this series and over the last couple of weeks. But SK take a poke, take a prod, and then immediately back away, realizing they didn't really want to be prodded back.
Yeah, I think it's just with the amount that's been invested here, it means you're kind of missing a chance to maybe look for Mirren on the bottom side, because the exhaust, I think, from GenX is up. No, maybe just slightly off, but maybe... Oh, hang on.
Loopy goes in. Alvaro there with Magnet Storm as well. Loopy locked up. Elioya's going to take him out of the gravity well, but doesn't really matter as MKOI find 1. Chase for a little bit more here. Rift Herald going down. They'll try and crack the tier 1 in the mid lane. Bukada here to defend alongside Kedwi, but I don't really think they have the manpower to do so. Rift Herald's going to charge in. That tower's going to go down. Exhaust comes out from GenX, but the jump in by Elioya and Alvaro. Slicing mouse and stolen away by Rika, but it just doesn't do any damn damage. He dies. Now Jojo is trying to chase Kedwi around the bend. He lands it! He went bowling. That's a strike for Jojo as MKOI are now 11 kills to 2 up.
Yeah, it's just gone from bad to worse for SK. Loopy tried desperately to make it happen, but I think the raucousness got to his head, and MKOI able to turn the fight around.
It's just... You can see what SK are looking for on so many occasions, and MKOI are just better. Today, they are just them. And there's not really much SK can do to stop it.
It's also like, if this wasn't a Gragas engage, maybe you could do more. But it's like, oh, but the cast goes slightly wide, so Jojo doesn't end up in the team. It's not like it's a Rel or an Alice or a Leona or something that's just easy to execute on. And I think that's been my biggest gripe with SK's compositions today. Have just been, they are just more difficult to execute, and the barrier to entry is just significantly higher. So I think it's just, unfortunately, the hands needed to be a little bit, needed to be firing on all cylinders if they wanted to make it happen, and they just aren't quite there today.
I don't think anyone thought that was going to hit. I'm going to be honest. Kedwi had flash, could have used it, maybe thought the rest of it, MKOI were on their way quickly enough. I didn't quite hear what Jojo
I think it was
said
just a noise of appreciation.
Yeah. Had a few of those from Nearwin last week.
Just a few, yeah.
Very appreciative of being in Madrid. Rika goes in, Alvaro here once again to defend his mid laner. Jojo's Arcane Storm doing a little bit more damage than Rika's. Both of them have gone the Rod of Ages, but Jojo has a full Leandries to back up his Rod.
That's cheap. I think you gotta go back and sell us. So then
okay.
It's like an ARAM, you got a handshake and be like, what are the starting items? And I feel like Jojo hasn't really respected what those starting items were.
There's enough comeback mechanics in the game. Let's not add, oh, I think it's unfair you farmed better than me and taken more towers. It's not swift play. And Leo looking for Janax once again. Will knock him back. Mirwin going in for the chase. Needs those stacks to get the stun and finds them. Steps into the Hallowed Mist. And even the Needles can't sew a way out of the situation for Janax. Bukado is going to be able to steal away these Krugs, but I don't think it matters too much. Jojo's coming in. They're going to try and fight. I think I would be a little bit greedy. Making 2 plays on the map is always something we frown upon, unless you are exceptionally good at League of Legends. I
think it was just to poke their head in and get vision as to who exactly was in the area, so they could see how much further they could go in the bottom side play. But Jojo TPing out as he's part of the TP coming in behind him. And it's, just swap places.
I mean, it's a tier 2. Like, MKOI just get a tier 2 for this. Rika TP's in, looking for a bit of a Barney on the top side, and Jojo's like, actually, I think towers taste better right now. It will be the 3rd turret of the game for MKOI. Yet to see SK get 1. In fact, most of the towers above half HP. Still those tier 1s. Jojo will be gifted over some of this local gold, as MKOI, in fact, extend their gold lead to almost 8.8k.
And there's Dragon in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just like
I'm glad they started sacking the dragons quickly this game.
Yes.
Because it gives you an earlier soul fight. Like, the MKOI are playing exceptionally patient and exceptionally well, but it does mean if you don't get the first few dragons of the game, often you are waiting an extra 10 minutes at the end of the game to win the game.
Yeah.
Right, here, they haven't done much waiting on the Rift, and they've managed to get 2 items on all of their carries for the moment. Rika and Bukada.
I think this is ambitious.
From Rika and Bukada, yeah, yes. But man, give them something. Like, let them be ambitious, okay? They don't have much else right now.
That is fair.
You go around like children's, like into nurseries and such, and you're like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they're like, I'm a firefighter. It's like, no, you can't be a firefighter. You're just squashing everyone's dreams.
No, is it The Simpsons or something where someone talks about like not everyone could be the president?
It's true.
Yeah, and then you go in and you just tell anyone who wants to be the president, you know that's like 1,000,001 chance, whatever it is, and they just put them down, put them in their place. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Janax trying to put Jojo in his place, but I don't think he wins this one. Okay, not everyone can be Jojo.
And he's not going to be president.
Maybe of Canada. Who knows? Yet to see the league player into politician pipeline. I'd vote for Froggen. I'd vote for Froggen, okay? Let's put it out there.
I don't know if I want someone who's lived in a gaming house their whole life to be in charge of a country. The man can barely organize a fridge.
I'll give you that one. MKOI, though. We see Jojo picking up a kill. We see SK getting their first tower of the game, investing up towards that top side. Artican now for Movistar. And they're in prime position to close this one out. 1:30 before the next Drake. It's been really clean, and I think over the last couple of weeks, of our top 4 teams, MKOI have been the most consistent. G2 have fumbled, Fnatic have been good, but not exceptional. It hasn't been consistent all the time. And I think Carmine Corp this week looked good, but you have to remember 2 weeks ago when they did struggle a little bit.
I mean, even, I was going to say, like, their early games have still been a little bit wanting.
They're still falling behind a little bit in the early games, it's true. So, setting up for playoffs pretty darn well. Loopy looking for the engagement. Good dodge away by Super. Lightning Crash now stacking up. TP's coming out from MKOI as Genax tries to get onto the backline, but he's going to be chased out now. Loopy and Rika very low as Rika tries to dash forward, but you just can't dash into that. Ricardo goes to the wrong place at the wrong time and is slammed into a wall. MKOI find another 3 with Drake up in 40 seconds. They can just look to push in these lanes, take the dragon, get the soul, and then close out the match.
It was ambitious from SK, but Movistar KOI in a good position.
They need to lay those foolish ambitions to rest, don't they? Oh, nice from Elioya. Dashes to a minion, pops the Steadfast Presence, so no Valkyrie out from Kedui. And I think Kedui thought, well, they're going to be going for the dragon. I can just defend this tower.
That's a man who could be El Presidente.
Oh, yes. Elioya 2032. I don't know when Spanish elections are, I'm going to be honest.
No clue.
But yes, he could. Nice little play overall. You can see SK's still looking for something. It's like, oh, we caught 2 people out.
I mean, it's just really good reactions from Super, because honestly, I think if Super gets caught, maybe you can turn that around, especially with Reeker having stolen the ultimate. Like, that's quite a lot of AP damage based off of the, well, you nearly got to see it there, but yeah, I think it's just unfortunate. And again, it's kind of, as you say, SK trying to find something in this game. I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either. I hope those are going out to the stream.
But at least there's a smile, you know?
That's
at least
true.
he's still there.
Just having a little bit of fun. Genax caught out once again. MKOI did get the soul. Baron up in a minute's time, which is why they're setting up towards this top side. But Super and Elioya have other ideas as they pushed in a wave towards bot. SK do have a little bit of vision around here, so can avoid the clutches of the Poppy and the Zeri, and will do so. I guess MKOI, they're a little bit short range, so you kind of need the Baron to really push in. Just deny all of this vision and then play the Baron and play the push.
I think that is kind of the thing we're seeing a lot more at the moment, is that games are just going to 30 minutes now because of Baron. It's with that now moving to 25 minutes, there's nothing really monumental enough to take all the towers and deny people from being able to push waves, so games are taking a little bit slower, and I think in this game it is just MKOI waiting for that objective spot. Like, you can see they're just standing there going like, all right, 22 seconds, lads. Anyone need anything from the shops? Ice cream?
Could get a control ward. Little cloth armor, it's nice enough, you know. I'll have a 99, please, with a flake.
Sprinkles?
Yeah, no sprinkles, okay. No sprinkles. I'm a fan of the flake. The sprinkles are just a little bit too bitty for me, you know?
It still upsets me. This is me being old Rob for a second.
Sure.
Whenever I see that they're not 99 centimeters.
Yes, yeah. it should be 99p. I know you use cents. We use pence.
We had 99p.
Oh, you did, yeah.
With the Irish books.
You can now, if you go somewhere expensive, it's like £3, £4 for a flake. I was like, excuse me, sir. Or like a 99, right? Yeah. Sorry, that was very, very UK of me and very Irish of you, that little part of the conversation. SK once again looking for a little bit of a bait bush, but couldn't find anything. I'll have to go and deal with the waves that have been pushed in. Kedui might be caught out here by Mirwin. Does have the Valkyrie, has the flash as well. Mirwin looking for the stun, didn't quite land the third proc of the Mark of the Storm. And won't stun up Kedui. Alvaro goes in, flash shield. He's in a pretty strong spot. Is that Rel? Baron has to be the option for MKOI. They don't actually have perfect vision control around it, and they do have a sweeper on Elioya, so they could clear it out. I think they've started up. There's enough pings happening towards it from SK that I think it has been begun by MKOI. Mirwin, though, keeping SK at bay in the mid lane. Bukada getting chased out by Alvaro. MKOI have the Baron down at 8,000. Bukada looking for a possible steal angle, but I don't know if he's ever going to find it. Could eviscerate over the wall, but Alvaro, yeah, is just keeping him marked the entire time. MKOI will get the Baron. TP comes out from Genax as well, as perhaps they look to collapse around the kill, but TP Tentative at best, ambitious, we will say. But they need to do like Margit and get Margit out of this mid lane now.
Yeah, 3v4 and you're running for the hills is never a good look, especially as Jojo Pyun is still moving through topside.
Look at Bukata, he's just being chased by Alvaro the entire time.
Dog versus horses.
Yeah, horse wins. Horse wins. Riki goes in with the slicing Maelstrom, counter slicing Maelstrom used by Mirwin, but he's the first to fall in the fight. Loopy will go down as well. A 1-for-1 the exchange. Bukata was chased out. MKOI will feel buoyed enough to continue pushing in. Third kill of the game for SK. That's how many they got in game 1 and might be where they end up in game 2 too. Yeah.
100 Rels versus Gorilla.
Let's not get into this, okay? Because 100 Rels would 100% win. I don't think people realize, like, the whole 100 people versus a gorilla thing, we conquered the earth with our hands. Like, we took down mammoths, like humanity. Obviously, I haven't taken down a mammoth.
What?
I know. I was going for the last one. They just ended up extinct just before, yeah.
Hey, when that happens.
Super's going to chase Bukata out. Genax chase down towards the bottom side as well. Like, MKOI can win this game at any point now. It is just about which wave they decide to play on. You can see Mirwin TPing towards bot. Elioya keeping Bukata out of his own base. They're waiting for the super minions, which are next wave in mid, a wave away in top. There's triple inhib, so we'll get double super spawning. And SK relegated to defending their Nexus towers.
I mean, the towers are gone. Like, this is just a slow demise of SK, and from obviously MKOI, it's a nice ascent into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, MKOI in superb form right now. They'll find another 2. And SK really couldn't put up a fight. MKOI, off the back of a great performance in Madrid, continue their winning ways and lock their spots in playoffs.
That was clinical.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff from obviously MKOI, and it's exactly what you want to see as we start to move in towards our final week of the regular season, is them coming alive, and I'm just excited to see more.
Yeah, they have one more series to play up against Heretics, I think it is, a Rogue. And the last day of the split, currently sitting at 5 wins in total, can get up to 6. Expectations are they won't be able to crack the top 2. Fnatic are already locked in that top 2. Carmine Corp, with next week's performances, will get 1 win to get in there. You can vote for one of the MKOI players and the key player of the series. Vote Mirwin, Jojo, or Super are your options. Great performance all round by all of them, in my opinion. I think Alvaro and Elioya had really good series as well. We talked about them a lot with their movements on the map. So overall, I think anyone from MKOI deserves the MVP of the day.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of coming into today, we're like, it feels like for SK, it's about individual performers stepping up. When it comes to Movistar Koi, it feels like they're really coming together on how they move around the map as a unit. Yeah. And that's been the most impressive part, is that it no longer feels like they have to rely on one stellar performance from someone. It's, no, as a unit, we shut down everything that everyone wants to do, and then we can still see those individual performances shine, but it's off of just a better foundation.
Oh, 100%. Like, you see the moments where, as you say, Alvaro is covering, while Elioya is playing on the other side of the map, but then Jojo's also outplaying under a tower to make a 3v1 dive not work out. It's really stellar stuff all around from MKOI, and I can't wait to see them in our playoffs against the Fanatics and the Carmine Corps and whoever else qualifies. It's weird not to say G2 in that, because the expectation obviously is that G2 get through, but they are only at 3 wins right now. Like, it's 4 wins because they won yesterday. It's quite possible that they might get knocked out of playoffs.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, but I think there is a little bit of, hey, look, G2 are struggling, but it does also feel like we've had step-ups from Fnatic. Obviously, KC, the big one there, but also from guys like Movistar Koi.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to hand it over to Ginny, who's standing by with Jojo Pyun, to maybe talk about how MKOI have stepped up over the last 2 weeks.
You know, that actually is exactly going to be what we're going to talk about. Welcome, everyone, to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Congratulations! That was a really quick 2-0, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it was faster than I expected, to be honest. But to be honest, when you're behind, as much as what happened, they have to try making plays, or it's kind of hard to come back. So it's like, either you lose fast or you try winning, you know?
Well, it didn't work out for them, but it worked out for you guys. And with that, and this win specifically, you already locked yourselves in playoffs too. So looking at the standings that are coming up right about now, you guys are currently sitting on third, 5-3. When you started the split this spring, after winter, were you expecting to see yourselves that high up on the leaderboard?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be honest, our series against KC, we should have won too, so I expected us to be higher. And the Fnatic, I mean, it was a crazy series. Everybody knows that, but I'm not too surprised. I think we're definitely contenders for the top.
When you're looking as well in terms of how this whole split has gone for you as an individual player, I know at the start, especially in winter, was maybe not that easy for you to like mesh. Also in terms of you're coming to Europe where there's like no sunshine, the food is very different, like everything is completely different. How are you looking back on the regular season so far?
I mean, I think a lot of it, to be honest, is kind of excuses for my performance. Like, yeah, that affected me, but it shouldn't affect me that much, to be honest. But I think right now I'm just playing much better. I think my standards are there, and I think my coaches are also doing a really good job on helping me play with how the team wants to play while balancing how I want to play. So it's going pretty good.
You're talking about having the standards there and improving as a player. That's been very apparent in a lot of the games that we're seeing. It feels like you're having a pretty big impact on being able to close out these games. What has been the work that you've been putting in behind the scenes to be able to do that?
I think just the whole team's very determined, and we all have drives just to win and want to get on the same page. And honestly, there's not really any ego this splits from any of us. We just really want to find the best way how we should play the game, and I think it's going pretty good so far.
It sounds like you guys have kind of found like the perfect recipe for MKOI in general. How are you looking forward towards playoffs?
I mean, it's going to be Fearless best of 5, so I think we're going to scrim now in Fearless in 5 games, which will be much better, because I think we have so many champions that we still haven't shown yet, so I think we're just prepping for the drafts and what champs we want to play. And obviously our gameplay, just getting on the same page like always, and, you know, just not making things too complicated.
Stick to the basics. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Exactly.
Is there, you talked earlier about the series against KC, that should have been a win. Is that one of the teams you're looking forward to playing in the playoffs? Is that the rematch that you want?
I mean, I think KC, G2, Fnatic, any of those teams, because I think no other team comes close with us in the top 4 with all those teams. So all those teams can take it. We can take it. I don't really care who we verse. They're all good teams, so any one of them.
Right, well, thank you so much for your time. I
Thank
appreciate it. That's it from us here over on this side. We're going to be ready to head over to PGL with Shox and Alvaro, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I believe, I don't know if this was fake news when I heard it, but I believe there is normally an accent on the A, but you don't see it in the in-game nickname, so it's Alvaro and not Alvaro, right?
Yeah, it is.
Not that I want to call anyone out, because I forget all the time, and it just was making sure. Welcome, congratulations on making it to the playoffs. In terms of how the split went, do you think, are you happy with the overall kind of level that you were able to hit, even though there were a couple of bumps in the road, let's say?
I mean, of course, I'm happy because in the end, like for me, the important part of the regular season is to get to playoffs, and now is the time that we actually need to deliver. I think in this case, for example, there has been some rough weeks, especially into Vitality, that it didn't look really great. But I mean, now looking at the end of the road, I think it's looking better.
Yeah, and the road trip, Madrid was insane for you guys. Do you think now looking back that really could have been kind of a real click for all of you as a team? Because I feel like you cannot go through a situation like that in the studio, right? You cannot learn a couple of things about yourself and about the team with Jojo, for instance, also that you can in that arena. So do you feel like it's going to have a long effect?
I think it's for sure a positive impact because, like as my physical trainer as well said, my performance coach, I think it's really important when you get, like when you adapt to things that are not perfect. And in this case, for example, there was a lot of inconvenience as well when we are playing. The noise, the crowd, like also the setup doesn't feel like the same. And I think when you get out of the box and the team that is able to adapt the fastest is able to take the victory. So I think it's important also for finals when there is a lot of noise for crowds and everything. So I think for sure it's something positive that we got.
And on the topic of adaptations, I feel like it looks like mentality-wise, or the way at least it reflects onto your gameplay, there's been a big change between winter and spring. Is it more something that is gameplay related, or is it just, how to say, maybe different responsibilities for everyone? But I would like you to expand a little bit on what kind of change, because I feel like we see a little bit more of a calm, but yet more decisive MKOI.
I mean, for sure, I think it's both the mental and also the gameplay-wise. I think mentally, we try to be a bit more disciplined. We used to do a joke that we were having like discipline checks in screens if we were able to do it or not, but it was also hard to measure. And then I think also about the gameplay, we try to be more calm, as you say, like trying to set up the fights that we want. We are following now some basic rules. We have 4 rules that we want to follow. In some voice comms, they have been like already kind of leaked, but I mean, it's already like setting up a plan or an objective that everyone must follow. And in this case, since we are everyone following, we already know what our teammates will do. So we already have like an idea of what we want to approach.
And to expand on that, and obviously I don't want you to leak anything, but for example, in today, in the voice comms in game one, it felt like Jojo was a little bit different because when I look at Winter, it felt like he was kind of, yapping, talking all the time, being the voice in the back of your head, constantly saying what's going on, what he wants to do. But now it felt like he's a little bit more on the backseat. So is this kind of like some of the things that you guys have been trying to implement, maybe shifting on who has responsibilities in comms and so on?
I mean, the thing about Jojo is that sometimes in screens and in officials is like completely different. So I think it's a bit harder to measure, but for me, the responsibility mostly in voice comms is El Joya still. I think he's the biggest part in terms of how we want to play the game. I think in this case, for example, also me and Jojo, or in this case, Mirwin, if he needs as well, like how we want to play on the sideline. I think we got better into it, but I would say it's mostly Joya, and then Supa sometimes when we need to play for the mid-waves and what he needs. But in this case, since we already make it a bit more of a habit, it's not that needed to talk. But I agree that, for example, Jojo in this case, like sometimes is the one that changes a bit more, and then in practice is also a bit different, and we are already improving on it.
Yeah, he is our key player of the series, Jojo. I think everybody can agree that he's had a huge uptick. He was fantastic in Madrid as well. Then maybe a weird question. I don't know if this is going to come across. That's always a great way to introduce a question. How it's going to come across. But we work in an environment where we have a lot of people that speak kind of the same language, but then Laura and I sometimes speak French to each other or whatever. And I feel like, Jojo came into a group where everybody was speaking Spanish. And I know that sometimes maybe that can feel alienating to someone, right? Was that ever a thing where you talked about like, oh, guys, we shouldn't be talking in Spanish right now. Let's try to include him.
I mean, the thing is, when Thef joined the team when we joined with Thef the last year, sometimes my teammates, I wouldn't include myself because I think I respected they were talking a bit too much in Spanish, and we were doing like the Spanish clause, like we need to be careful, or either we need to pay a dinner or anything. But I think in this case, for example, I think everyone is, when Jojo joins or when someone else that doesn't speak our language joins, we mostly switch or we are already talking in English before. So I don't think it's that hard for him. Again, I mean, he says that he doesn't mind. Maybe he cares in the bottom of his hair, but I don't think. I think it's fine.
Yeah. It's like a dynamic that I was interested about. Let's take a look at the standings because it's getting extremely spicy. I think, luckily, you are locked in, so you don't have to worry about any of it. But do we have any thoughts about who's going to get those final 3 spots? Because, G2 still not qualified. What do you think, Alvaro?
I mean, let's see the road trip now, no?
Yeah.
Like, I think it's going to impact a lot because since there is too many games in a row and the 4 teams, depends on how you actually want to focus on the weekend. Of course, KC is already qualified, but in this case, I think Vitality needs to get those wins, SK as well, and I mean, for sure, like Giants is also now depending on the others. But for me, I will say G2 is going to make it out, Team Heretics probably as well, and then I will say, I mean, between Vitality and Giants, I will say Giants will make it.
Yeah, it could be. I think it's interesting because Giants were in Madrid and got a huge buff. They were able to beat G2 there. They won again here as well. But now it's SK, Vitality, G2, and KC that are heading to Avery, Odo. So, I feel like it's all or nothing, and it's a great opportunity you get if you are SK or Vitality.
I feel like it's exactly the repeat of Madrid because going into Madrid, we looked at G2 and we looked at GX as, maybe GX being the clear loser going there and G2 being the clear winner, but instead it just kind of flipped on its head. And now maybe this is what teams like SK and Vitality need, because even though maybe at best you get the tiebreaker, at the same time it's do or die, and at the same time saying it 4 times in a row like that.
Professional caster, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, you do get the sort of mental advantage or the pressure from the environment around you. So a lot of things can happen, and this is one of these moments where I feel like everything that you did throughout the split doesn't really matter anymore. It's just so much more about how you show up on the day.
Yeah. Alvaro, what do you think about kind of the field if we take the teams that are already qualified and the rest? But I think like you're a team that is expected to be fighting against the top. Do you feel like it feels as high level or kind of as difficult as, well, maybe you didn't even think that before the winter playoffs, but what do you feel now about the field and about your chances of going far?
And for sure, I think the top 4 in this case, I think we are a bit farther than the others. I think we do, of course, in a day like someone else can win as well. But I will say if we play, let's say, 100 series, I will say we will win like 70% of them, I think, into the bottom tier. And that's why I think we are better than them. But also I think in this case, for example, we lost into Vitality. I think Vitality in the event is going to show up because, as I said, I think it's also important when you are enjoying yourselves, and we have seen in Vitality voice cons that they don't care and they don't, like they are enjoying themselves. So I think in the event it will be favorite for them, but I still think that Giants is gonna win, and maybe they have to play a tiebreaker, so we will see. But I think in this case, Fnatic, KC, G2 and us, I think we are the strongest ones, and I'm already looking for the playoffs to play the best of because I think it's so hype.
Oh, Fearless best of 5s, it is so hype. It's like, best of 3 Fearless is good. But it's no best of 5 Fearless.
There is no champions that are weird already, like they don't show up till the best of 5.
Yeah, exactly. But you're a Rakan one trick, right? No, I'm kidding.
Maybe not.
I'm joking.
Maybe I play Nidalee support.
Yeah. Oh, you play Nico as well. Very, very well.
Please,
I was just joking. Oh my god, the 5 flex for Nidalee.
Game 5, Merwin, Alvaro, Nidalee flex. Here it comes.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Let's go. I'm so excited. So, the LEC is going to Ivry next weekend for another road trip. We're getting spoiled. I think Otto and I are holding down the fort here again, right?
Yeah, we are. We're there on Monday.
Yeah. But no worries. It's going to be amazing. We have SK versus G2, Vitality, KC. Our match of the week is G2 versus KC on Sunday. SK Vitality. I mean, you can see it here, but the important thing my producer really told me to tell you is that it's the regular start time. So 4:45 for ready check into 5 p.m. CEST for the first game, because back in Madrid it was 3 p.m. And our match of the week is G2 versus KC. Who wins that?
Ooh, that's actually hype. Okay, so the thing is, I can't say G2 because they're playing at KC's home turf.
They are.
So if
They
I do
need
it,
to
I'm
win.
going to get hated. You
They
know, I
need
don't
to
want to be
win.
on hate watch. They need to win though for their playoffs chances, obviously.
I think it's a 2-1 for KC.
I would say so as well. I would say so as well.
You as well? 2
Yeah, I think
KC
so,
votes. Ah, we love to hate on the...
But the more important thing is that Roche going to be more hyped than the
And then
M4.
Madrid.
Do you think it's going to be?
But I was in Madrid, so...
And you guys were really cool. You guys had
we will see.
You had the little guitar songs. You had all
Yeah.
the cool things.
Did you sing?
Sing?
Yeah, from home or like
Yeah, I was singing that
You were
MCOY
singing?
song.
Yeah, I mean,
With grabs.
I mean, I was really upset about the grabs one because I felt like he could have sang a lot more.
Yeah.
But he was a bit shy. I saw him as well.
Yeah.
What did you think about the player intros? They were super, super long.
They were really good.
That
But
was amazing.
The thing is that also since I'm Spanish, like I even hear Mellado also putting the effort into the voice.
Yeah.
And it feels so natural and so good. So yeah, I mean, it feels really good because the other times I have played on events, it was like for example, when I lost the finals of MMA Master into KC, it was in France.
Yeah.
It was in French. And it was a bit funny because it was like the #1 in the world, enemy team, and then it was like, and me, you know. So feeling it from home, I think it was really good, and I also think that it was from both sides, and all the people were cheering for both teams, so I think it was a good experience.
It was really healthy. You're right. It was a really healthy atmosphere. Everybody was cheering for everybody, but a little bit more for you guys, though.
A little bit more.
So we're going to let you go because we will be back next week. We will be in Ivry on Saturday and on Sunday, and then in the Berlin studio for the conclusion of the spring split ahead of the playoffs, where you can finally lock in all of our teams that we're going to be seeing in that postseason. So thank you for watching, as always, and good night.
You guys throwing now?
Okay.
I'm not even there yet.
Okay. Kill the Poppy. Front to back, front to back. Front to back, front to back.
I got a look.
Yeah. It's good, it's good. I can ulti the left too.
Yeah.
I have Q, okay?
Yeah, I got top.
Yeah, don't worry, they got completely
This is not big, I don't know what it is.
Oh, no flash. I will kill her. She's dead.
I'm going on the
Maybe help me?
Q in one, blockered. Get ulti. Oh, yeah, ser det. Go Nash.
No flash, steady. I can keep going here.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I can throw Q. Oh, I missed.
Mid, maybe?
2 seconds, 1 second.
Let's go in. We end for sure. But I don't know why my ult didn't like increase. I have it upgraded.
But I swear to God, our champ is so fucking broken.
This can happen to anyone, okay?
My champ.
Don't worry about it.
I'm faster than A-Sharks. I'm faster than A-Sharks.
Hang on me.
I think he's multi.
I keep.
Nice win with the van. Look up button. Yeah. I don't have anything, yeah. And this. ATP gold. Can you see? Yeah. I keep going, okay? Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Answer? Nope. I'm getting it. Mechanically, no joke.
Exhaust comes out from Janak with a jump in by Enyoya and Albro. Slicing mouse from stolen away by Rika, but it just doesn't do any damn damage. He dies. Now Jojo's trying to chase Getaway around the bend. That's it! He went bowling. That's a strike for Jojo.
Oh my god. What is this?
GG. GG. GG.